stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
That one. That needs to come over here.
You've got pen and paper.
I do have pen and paper. Thank you, Lydia.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to GGS Chill and Chat Sessions on the 29th of the 1st, 2022. With us at the moment, we have Crazy Bee Lady herself.
Hello.
We have Wenches. Sorry, Wendy. No, not Wendy. Wenches. No, I was right with Wenches. It's Game Daughter. That's the one I'm trying to think of. Sorry, it's the icon. We have Lakazoid.
Hi.
And we have the Devs.
Howdy.
Ooh. Now, are we on that one? No, we're not. We should be on that one, I think. Yes, that's better. The surround is there. It looks lovely. Oh, lovely. Oh, it's so good. It's display capture. Needs to get down a little bit smaller. Fit everybody in. Sorry. I'm still messing with stuff, trying to get everything working nicely. There we go. Haven't done this in a little while, so everything's not set up the way it should be. Isn't that great, as always? Anyway, coffee must be had.
Yes.
I thought I'd start off just a general chat with just a few little bits and pieces. We've not been on for a little while, as people will test and be aware of, due to people sending messages that were quite hurtful and hateful, saying that I was just trying to live off the backs of everyone that I'd invited on, and oh, you're just trying to grow your channel and screw everyone else. Well, yeah, that I was in a bad place
Whoever
mentally.
said that needs to go blow one.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
yeah, well, anyway, I was in the best place mentally at the time, and so that kind of hurt and upset me a little bit, as I'm sure you can imagine. Didn't enjoy it at all, but we have returned because I'm feeling a little bit better, mental health wise. We always end up talking about mental health during GGS because it's a very, very important subject to a lot of people within the Midgard community.
Yes.
As is physical health and the way that all those things are portrayed in the media and things like that. It's a very tough thing to have to admit that you're not as strong as you wish you were, or used to be, in a lot of sense. But it is what it is, as I say. Anyway, we're back on for the moment. Is there any news articles in the areas you guys are in that you want to talk about? Anything in particular newsworthy wise going on in the United States of Armenia?
Armenia.
Des, I don't know. I can't remember exactly where you are, Des. Have you been impacted by the snowstorm on the East Coast?
Not at all.
Good.
We're completely missed by it because it's going right up the, like, not even an hour from me. People are getting destroyed, but I'll be fine.
Yep. Yeah, I've heard that the snow's been pretty bad up that way. Wendy, I've heard you've had a rough time of it. Interestingly, South Carolina, no impact whatsoever. In fact, a friend of ours is going out in the town tonight for a birthday party. they're going to a bouncy castle place because it's their younger brother's birthday party. So it's not going to be alcohol or anything, but he's going out on the town, as it were. So he's having a bit of fun.
I help his daughter drag someone a trampoline for fun.
Yeah, well, I tried to tell him that, I mean, I know that a lot of the bouncy castles have like a height limit. You're only allowed to be under a certain height, and I've told him multiple times, he should be fine. He's well underneath the height limit.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a dwarf after all. He's not, but I keep telling him he is, and I hope one day he'll accept that and just live it. I mean, he lives his best life under. So it is what it is.
He's a good sport with it.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
He's a really nice guy.
I think he's embraced the dwarf. He's embraced his dwarfism at this point.
Especially in 7 days.
Yeah, especially in 7 days. I mean, you send him down a hole, he's happy just to dig. He embodies the diggy hole. But anyway.
That's totally not what I'm looking in 7 days to do right now. Totally.
I'd load into 7 days myself, but I'm having to sit in a weird position because I am still in a lot of pain. I made the mistake of going onto Xbox earlier and
I was shocked.
Playing some of that, and ended up playing some PUBG for a little while, and I got about halfway through a match, and I was like, I'm in a lot of pain now. Can I just quit? Could someone shoot me? And then I was running around, and people weren't shooting at me. They were shooting at each other and ignoring me. I'm like, can you not see me? Shoot me! Shoot me! And then I got a chicken dinner from it, so that really sucked.
Wow.
I was like, are you kidding me? I sneak around and people pick me out from 7 miles away with a pistol. But I'm standing out in the open, jumping up and down, going, shoot me! Shoot me! And they go, no, that must be a bot. Leave him alone. So.
That's the problem, is you were acting unplayer-like, so people thought you were a bot.
They're like, oh, it's fine, he's a bot, he won't be dangerous at all. It's when it got down to the last 5, I was stood in the middle of the circle in the last 5. Just before it had got down to the last 5, I think it was the last 15, there was a guy standing still, sniping at someone. So I stood there on the bike and beeped the horn. And he turned around like, oh no, there's a bike coming. I'm like, aha! And I started just driving straight at him. So he was like, oh no, there's a bike coming. I'll go this way. No, this way. Maybe I'll shoot at him. And by the time he decided maybe I'll shoot at him, I hit him with the bike and he was dead. And it was just the way he started to run one way and then started to run the other way. And because he'd done that, he ended up in exactly the same place. I hadn't changed direction. I was driving straight at him. He was just like, yeah, nah, it's fine. I accept my death. It's fine. Oh, you had a clear shot. I was traveling in a straight direction towards you. Shoot me. Like, ah, great. Okay, he's not going to shoot me. Cool. Okay. And then the last 5, I'm stood at the top of a hill, right? There's a rock like way off in that direction and a tree way off in that direction. I've got no cover whatsoever. I'm just stood in the middle of this fucking field on the top of this hill. And there's 2 guys shooting at one another at the bottom of one side of the hill, and 2 guys shooting at each other at the other side of the bottom of the hill. And I'm just sat there with an M16, just kind of, well, you 2 are shooting at each other. Here, look, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Shot one of the guys a little bit, then shot the other guy a little bit, expecting them both to turn around and shoot at me. But they continued shooting at one another, and then one killed the other one, and I was like, okay, tap, tap. Oh, he's dead. Right, okay, well, shit. All right, turn around, see what the other 2 are doing. They're sneaking around these 2 rocks, just kind of, popping out, taking pot shots at one another. And I'm stood in the middle of this field like, I even throw a smoke grenade in between the two of them, like, here, smoke grenade, look, oh! And they started running up the hill towards me. I'm like, oh, cool, they're going to shoot at me now. But then they stopped, turned back towards one another, and started shooting at the smoke. I'm like, I'm not
At the
wearing
smoke.
a ghillie suit, am I? Did I accidentally pick up a ghillie suit somewhere? Why am I so invisible?
Wow.
And then in the end, I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to kill both of you. Giving up, and I shot them both. Okay. Yay, chicken dinner. Cool. I can quit out now. Dashboard, quit. Thanks. So, yeah, when I try to get a chicken dinner, no. I'm trying to get one. It's like, I get put in with morons. Wasn't fair. But how has everyone been? Everyone keeping?
I'm gonna go back to working in 2 weeks.
Yay! Money!
Yeah,
Yeah, money's good.
Yeah.
I like free time better.
Me too.
You need to get paid for free time.
Oh, that would be awesome.
There's
You know,
a
I've
okay.
had almost 2 years straight of free time, and I'd rather be working.
mm, Des is just sitting there and like, I got free time and I'm working.
I
Are
mean,
you
that's a
everyone?
nice equilibrium.
Yeah. Yeah.
My work is free time.
There's a games chair company in London that's currently doing a thing where they want to hire gamers that do long game sessions. And I was like, oh, you mean like 20-hour game sessions, 30-hour game sessions? They're like, no. 2-hour game sessions is a long hour game session. I'm like,
That's not even
Not
no,
at all.
it's
No.
to get through a POI.
it's like, okay, so I've loaded into 7 days. Cool. Oh,
That's it.
time
You've
to
Yeah.
loaded
go.
in. That's it. You're done.
Yep, can't play any more of that now. Never mind, folks. Um, it's so stupid. I was like, what do you mean 2 hours? Surely you mean like 8, 20,
16.
16 hours minimum? I mean, I'll do a 16-hour. I used to do 16-hour stints just as my daily game.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, 2 hours. I'm like, oh no, but we want you to sit on our beanbags. We've got 8 different types of beanbag, and we need you to sit on it for a little while. And whichever one you think is the most comfortable, that's the one that we're gonna say is approved by gamers. I'm like, okay,
Yeah, then 2 hours just isn't enough.
2 hours. I mean, sit down and have a cup of coffee. It takes 2 hours.
Yeah, it takes 2 hours
You
to
know.
make a coffee.
Yeah, it takes 2 hours just to sit and have a cup of coffee. I mean, what's this bullshit of, you're gonna game for 2 hours. You've gotta sit and play a game for 2 hours, man. Like, that's really hardcore. Like, no, it's not.
No.
I don't know who you think you're aiming your product at, but 2 hours is not hardcore.
I mean, making a
Well,
chair that only lasts for 2 hours anyway isn't going to be good for anybody.
Anything, yeah.
well,
Like,
Because
beanbag
movies
chairs
don't
aren't
even.
all they're cracked out to be anyway.
no.
Especially when
movies
you've
don't
got a
even
bad back.
last 2 hours.
Yeah, as Nidhi says, does it movies? Most movies are more than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like,
I heard the new Batman's like 4 hours in length.
4 hours of Twinkly Batman? Jesus.
Twinkly, and he's not a hero.
Well, Batman's not a
Isn't
hero
he
anyway.
dead in the new one? Or that's the
I
game. That's the game. Never mind.
yeah, that's
Sorry.
the game.
I heard that in the movie they're not going to have the origins of Batman in it.
No.
For once.
Yeah, which is fine. I'm okay with them not doing the origin of Batman because we all know the origin of
Yeah,
Batman.
it's been
Yeah.
overdone.
Like, unless they're going to do a new origin, like a completely different origin story, or it is
That
pertinent to the story.
Alfred is his dad.
Yeah. Unless they're going to do something that's completely different and has never been done before, I think we all know who Batman is.
Yeah.
You know, we know it's Bruce Wayne.
Actually, it's not. It's Martha Bruce.
Martha Bruce. Hello, Martha. How are you doing? Ooh, I'm going to swing in as Batwoman. But yeah, no, the constant stream of hey, look, Bruce Wayne's parents got murdered. Really? You don't say.
Yeah, but this time Joker was not in the alley. He was behind them, not in front of them this time.
Well, it. I think only in one of the comics it's actually Joker that shot Bruce Wayne's parents.
And then the other one is Joe Chill.
There's a couple. There's one where it's Alfred. That was an interesting one. But yeah, it's. Isn't there one where Alfred's like the kingpin of all crime, and the only reason he's organizing all these criminals together is so that Batman doesn't think about the fact that his parents are dead?
I
my
don't know if
God.
that's a real thing, but I know that I think Robot Chicken did a skit like that where he
Was it
actually
Robot
did
Chicken?
the
Might
skit.
have been Robot Chicken. It made so much sense that it was like
did.
it was like, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense actually. Alfred is the kingpin of all crime. So, oh no, I've been kidnapped, Master Bruce. Oh.
So it's a Mario situation.
Yeah, Peach. Princess Peach. Oh no.
That's it, Prince. We've discovered Princess Peach is now actually Alfred.
Yeah. No, it's Princess Peach is consistently kidnapped by Bowser. Like, every Mario game. Oh no, Princess Peach has been kidnapped by Bowser. Oh.
It's because
It's like Princess Peach is like, I haven't been kidnapped. I've literally gone and visited him. this is my. You think I want to stick around with some short dude? Look, Bowser's got a massive house, and I want to go and visit it.
Where did Bowser's kids come
Mm-hmm. And why is it one of them looks a little bit like Princess Peach?
from?
You know,
And
It's
like
like that.
human.
It's like that old TV show. I don't know if you ever saw it. It was on Cartoon Network. It was called Drawn Together, and it was like a
I love
reality.
that one.
It's such a good show, and it's like a reality TV show for cartoon characters.
Xander.
And Xander is like he's on this never-ending quest to save his girlfriend, but the joke is he doesn't have a girlfriend, right? Like like the whole time, or she shows up and she hates him. So it's like it plays off of that whole like Princess Peach Mario
And
like
Xander
fan
comes to
theory.
the realization that he's actually gay and doesn't like girls at all. And he's like, why am
Right,
I even doing
exactly.
this?
yeah.
It's a great show. If you can find it, I highly recommend watching it.
I have to look on
Have to look
YouTube
on
for
YouTube,
it.
see if it's there.
There's like a Betty Boop ripoff. There's like this Fox girl. There's the Little Mermaid ripoff.
Yep,
She has
there's
to go to the Tanzania.
there's a Pokemon ripoff Ling Ling, and Ling Ling is like the most violent creature to walk the face of the planet.
Yep.
It's amazing. It's hilarious.
And that one, who was it that played that voiced the pig? I forgot his name. Was he on the Man Show? I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the pig. He's
The pig
supposed to
was
be
awesome.
Porky Pig, but he is like the
He's-
most crude, crass idiot. Oh, it's hilarious.
It's a good show.
Yeah, we'll have
Yeah, and
to
I think
look
it's
out
only
for
like 2 or 3 seasons too. It didn't last long.
it.
Much like all good, like kind of raunchy cartoons, they don't stick around.
Ren and
They
Stimpy didn't
did
get
make
very long.
Ren and Stimpy.
That
Yeah,
was
Ren and Stimpy is really good. Code Monkeys is really good. If you've never seen Code Monkeys,
No, I've not heard of that one.
it's an 8-bit. They're like video game. They're
Oh
video
yeah.
game programmers, right? And the show is done like an 8-bit video game. and it's hilarious.
I'm actually surprised more shows aren't doing that. What with the huge amount of 8-bit fucking games that are out at the moment.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I've got this new Xbox Series X. What games are available for it? Oh, an 8-bit dungeon crawler.
And all you hear is roguelike,
Minecraft.
roguelike. I'm so sick of reading roguelike.
Yeah, I don't like 8-bit roguelike games and side-scrolling games, 8-bit side-scrollers and 8-bit top-down shooters and like so tiresome seeing this constant stream of 8-bit. And the worst thing is they always have really cool looking like cover art.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh wow, that looks amazing. And then you look at the game and it's, you know, it's like oh, really? I've got a little square walking across the room.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of some of those games, but it's funny because I just backed 2 games on Kickstarter that have piqued my interest. The one just got funded today, like he just hit his goal. The other one is called Cursed Crew, and it's about it's basically like a blend of like RimWorld and like Oxygen Not Included. You're like a captain of a ship, and your ship has got a curse on it, and you're trying to remove the curse. And you have like crew members that are affected by the curse, and you have to fight like monsters and bosses and stuff. And it's got like elements of RimWorld and ONI in it. It looks pretty interesting. So hopefully, I paid enough to get into alpha for both games that I backed. So hopefully, I'll have more information that I'll put in Discord about them as I play.
Yeah.
And obviously, if any of the alpha stuff is available to be streamed, I will stream first looks if I'm allowed.
No, cannot hear you, Nitty. Sorry, my dear. You're not coming through again for some reason. Yep. Ah, yes, the keeper of the fast cars, the builder of the crafts, the player of games. Hey, conjurer from hell. Nitty will be back. She's having technical issues. Yay. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason it's not working properly. But never mind. Oh, I've got some new emotes as well. For anyone who's interested. We have the For the Horde and the Raid emote. Yay!
Hello?
There
Hello?
we go.
There you are.
Right, okay. Sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
I have no idea what happened there. I was talking the entire time. Yes, hello, Nitrous. We're doing all right. How are you?
Yeah, how are you going? I'm doing okay. A little bit of pain. I'd probably do another painkiller, but other than that, we're all good. You all right? I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, is there any games anyone is specifically looking forward to other than the Kickstarter ones you've mentioned, Des?
I mean, obviously, Dying Light 2 is coming out.
Dying Light 2. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
Isn't that March? That one's coming out, Tiny Tina's?
Next month, yeah, after.
Yeah, and Elden Ring is coming up too.
Yes.
I actually did look up a bunch of games the other day because I couldn't remember.
Yeah, Plague Tale Requiem.
Yes, because we saw the first.
Yeah, the first one was really good. That's one of the first platinums I ever got, was playing Plague Tale Innocence.
Here we go.
I need to play that one still. I have it, but I haven't played it yet.
The only criticism I have for that game, it is a great game. I love the story, but it's one of those games that you get to the very end and it ramps up the difficulty out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex 2, actually. The first Alex was broken as fuck.
Oh god, it was unplayable.
Like, almost unplayable. But, like, it had an interesting storyline and interesting kind of...
See, I had never heard of that one before.
Yeah, Alex was... If you could get past how clunky and broken it was, it had a great storyline. It had really good sort of atmosphere to it. Very deep consequences storyline, like the original Mass Effect. Unlike Mass Effect 2 and 3, where the only real changes were the color of explosion that you had at the end. And you never really felt like your decisions made any difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Redfall was another.
Redfall?
Yeah.
Which one was Redfall?
It's the one where you play
The vampire hunter?
Yeah, it's the one with the vampires, yeah.
Right, okay.
Let
me see if I can...
I'm also hyped for Horizon Forbidden West.
Yeah.
I know you guys aren't PlayStation people, but
I'm not interested in that one at all, I'm afraid.
It's okay. I still love you.
Oh, Redfall's Bethesda. I didn't know that was Bethesda.
Oh, that's it.
Guess that's going to be an
coming out
exclusive
in
to Xbox.
January. No, February, sorry.
Yeah, Horizon Forbidden West is February. Gran Turismo 7 is coming out. And then later this year.
Oh god, what was that game I was looking at?
I can put up the
one thing,
Stalker 2.
Stalker 2, yeah.
It's kind of a niche topic, but one thing I've been seeing on Twitter the past couple of days in regards to Elden Ring, and it's just a pet peeve of mine, but they keep talking about how Elden Ring is going to be more accessible, but they don't mean it in what I consider accessibility to be. They mean it in it's more approachable. And I wish that game developers would stop using the word accessible.
Yeah.
When they don't mean it in that way.
Yeah, they don't mean it visually.
They don't mean, oh yeah, this is going to be okay for people who are, visually impaired or who are auditory impaired. What they mean is, oh yeah, well, you'll be able to play it on your phone as well. Oh, it's really accessible.
They need to change.
Sure.
They need to change it where if they don't mean it as accessible as in for people who are visually or in other ways unable to get to play the game, they need to say, look, we mean it in that you can play it via your phone instead of a console.
Yeah, I think the correct word is approachable.
Approachable.
You're right, Wenchi. It's the word is approachable, not accessible.
Yeah.
There's so you're thinking of getting that miniature next month, Conjurer? Nice. But yeah, it's Vampire Masquerade is supposedly coming out in May.
Yeah.
But
I'm looking I'm looking down the list.
Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown.
I am looking forward to Test Drive Unlimited.
Starfield.
Stalker and
Stalker 2 keeps getting put back.
Okay, to be announced is Plague Tale Requiem.
Yeah.
What was that game that take place during Victorian times?
Oh, that's a 2023 release.
Oh, 2023, right?
Yeah, that was
okay.
a 2023 release. So we've got a lot of games coming out this year. I mean, both on PlayStation, Xbox, PC.
I'm looking forward to Saints Row.
Even Switch. There's a lot of games coming out on the Switch this year as well. Yeah, Test Drive Unlimited. That looks like it could be a lot of fun. If it's as good as TDU2.
Yeah.
TDU2 was a great game.
I wouldn't do it for the
They had
races though. I
plastic
just do it for
surgery.
driving around and well, the best one in TDU2 is I was being chased by the police and I got stuck somewhere on the motorway and the police just couldn't get to me. They were just standing there.
She was parked in the middle of the central reservation with a 5-star warrant bounty on her head, like the max level bounty you could have. And she sat in the middle of the central reservation of the motorway. And the police are driving up one way, turning around at at a junction, and then driving down the other way, turning around at a junction behind her, and then driving back up the other way. And they just kept doing that for about 8 minutes. And she ended up getting the achievement for escaping a 5-star bounty by sitting there.
I can't remember what system it was on, but some friends of mine, I think the game was called Burnout Paradise. And
Burnout Paradise.
It's all about crashing cars. So it was great for me.
Destruction Derby.
I didn't have to worry about, if I ran off the road or something.
Yeah, Paradise City was probably the best of the Burnouts in a lot of ways. The only thing I didn't like so much was there was no alternative to you had to drive to the race. You know, like I like being able to drive to a race. That's cool, and it's cool that you can explore, but sometimes you just want to do the race. You know what I mean? And you don't want to have to sit and like, okay, well, I've just won that race, but I can do better. I've now got to drive all the way back to the start of the race to start the race up again. You know, and it was just like, no, don't make me drive. I don't want to.
I just want
to smash things.
For people that don't want to do races, they just want to drive around and explore the map. That's what I like about Forza and TDE2. But if I could just have a game where I could just drive around and not do any races at all, that you could have an option in the options saying, do you want to have races included, or do you just want to have a drive option? I'd just go for the drive option.
Yeah, Conjurer's right. The crew was good for destruction. I used to love just going off and like the crew was one of the few games where I enjoyed drifting for the sake of drifting, not for any particular, anything in particular. It was just there was a lot of roads there that were just great for drifting around corners, and there was one section that I swear was straight out of that. What was that Japanese movie? Set on Fujima, and the guy's a tofu delivery driver.
Oh,
and
God.
Initial D, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Contra. Yeah, Initial D. I swear there was a road in the crew that was literally straight out of Initial D. It was great. You just, you drove down and you'd do you kick your back out, and then you'd straighten up, and then you'd have to kick your back out going down along. It was great. It was awesome. It was a really enjoyable little road to drive down. Well, little road. It was like a couple of miles long. It was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. But I'm not a big racer, but I do enjoy games where you can explore and have fun and stuff like that. So.
The thing is, you also like games where you can work on the engine and see if you can beat your own record by being able to work on your car.
Yeah, improve the car, but like there's definitely a point where you can't really get any faster with your own driving. You have to rely on, tweaks to the car to get faster, and that definitely I definitely enjoyed that. I loved.
Will you look at that?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've got to put 3 more up. There's 3 more animated emotes going to go up, but those are the ones that I've just got for the moment. Did your one get approved, Des, with you falling down the stairs?
I'm sorry, what?
Your animated emote of you falling down the stairs, did it get approved?
Yeah, I have
Did.
2 animated emotes right now, me falling down the stairs and Valkyrie dancing.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. I look forward
Yeah,
to seeing that.
the me falling down the stairs is it's hard to see because the emotes are so small, but people who've seen the actual video, as soon as they see it, will know exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah.
You guys are talking about all these driving games. I'm playing Forza 5 right now, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Horizon? Or the Motorsport?
Horizon, yeah.
Horizon, yeah. Yeah, Horizon is a good game. I enjoy Forza Horizon. 5 is really pretty on the Series X.
Yeah, I'm in my computer room so I can be on Discord, but I have been playing it on my Series X because, for all my 4K setup is out there.
Mm-hmm.
Because a little known fact, my monitor is a really, really, really good not 4K monitor because I don't think that for me, the screen size that I play on that I prefer 4K doesn't matter over like a really good, 2560. So I have a really nice 2560 curved monitor, and my eyes at this size can't tell the difference between playing on this and playing in 4K.
I had a non 4K TV before I got this one, and it was honestly the best TV I've ever seen. I have trouble with 4K because everything's so small, whereas it was a 1080, wasn't it?
It was 1080p.
Yeah, it was such a good TV. I was so heartbroken when it broke. Best TV ever.
It had a really good picture quality for 1080p, but then it was made by a company called Selcus.
Yeah.
And Selcus are the people that make the physical screens, the actual LCD screens and the OLED screens for Samsung and LG and Sony and a lot of other companies. So it was this Turkish brand that don't, they just got all these spare screens that didn't quite meet the Samsung standards. So they're like, well, because every time you make a screen, they run them through a series of tests, and some just might not, maybe the response time isn't quite up to scratch because there is a certain amount of, like with CPUs, there's a certain amount of variance in terms of the response times, in terms of the processing speed, in terms of how many cores are actually running. Like, you would be amazed how many Ryzen 7s, AMD Ryzen 7s, are actually AMD Ryzen 9s. It's just like half of the cores don't work. And it's the same with the Intel chips. A lot of the i9s or the i7s are actually i9s that they've just turned 2 of the cores off, because they don't work as fast, or
I just
the cores
figured
don't
out the
work
other
as long.
day because I have an i7, an Intel i7, and it's got 6 cores. Because I heard Des talking on one of his Assassin's streams about having to turn some of his cores off to run the game, and I had no clue what he was talking about. Come to find out, mine has 6 cores. I don't know what it means, but
It technically means that you can run without hyperthreading 6 tasks at once, and it will for every core, that's a core that can then process something. But thanks to what they call hyperthreading is a buzzword from Intel. All it means is that the processor is built around the idea of time sharing information better. So you can have a single core processor that's hyper-threaded and is effectively the equivalent of 2 cores. It's not. It's still a single core processor. It's just, a lot of processors that are running on your PC maybe only use 32-bit. But most processors now are 64-bit. So, rather than try and run, that 32-bit and then just waste the other 32 bits, they can go, well, okay, let's just run 2 of them at the same time and split them down the middle so that the top 32 are running for this process and the bottom 32 for this process. Or 16-bit, you can go back even as far as, part of it will run 16-bit here and 48-bit there, or the way they divide it up, and that's down to the operating system more than the processor. And it was a very different way of, like, originally CPUs didn't do that. You had, originally CPUs had 1 core, and there was no hyper-threading, there was no kind of splitting the processor up, and it was, you had the CPU was the real bottleneck of the system. Modern PCs, the bottleneck's the front side bus. It's not the memory. The memory runs, the RAM runs insanely fast. I mean, we've got 5 gigahertz RAM that can overclock up to like 8 gigahertz, which is insane. You've got CPUs that can do, I mean, what the Ryzen 7s and Intel i7s run plenty fast for pretty much everything you're ever going to need to do as a desktop user, or even a gamer. Then you've got the graphics cards, which are just insane at this point. I mean, graphics cards are so fast now, they're offloading work from the PC onto the graphics card because the graphics card's got nothing to do. It's just sat there kind of chilling out, like, well, I've got so much power now, I don't know what to do with it. It's like, okay, cool. Then you've got, with the SSDs that have come in now with the NVM2s, the storage is no longer bottleneck. The only thing that's really bottlenecking machines at the moment is the front side bus. That's the equivalent of the beating heart of a computer.
In just a second.
No worries, indeed. If your CPU is, slow, you can make up for it. A slow CPU can be made up for with decent RAM and decent graphics card, and like the graphics card is always the first port of call for most people to upgrade their system, followed by the RAM, followed by the storage, followed by your CPU, and then you worry about the motherboard once you've maxed out everything else. But it really is, the motherboards are, if you're building a system, the motherboard is you want to build you want to get the best motherboard you can get, then throw as much RAM at it as you can and get the best graphics card. With those 3, everything else is kind of CPU. A good CPU is going to be useful in the long run. An SSD will absolutely make a world of difference between, if you're used to running a standard hard drive, 7,200 RPM hard drive, and then you put in an SSD, you're going to notice a massive difference. Whether that SSD is an old Samsung 870 or one of these new, stupid fast 6,000 megabits per second NVM2s. The difference between going from a standard processor, a standard hard drive, 7,200 RPM or a 12,000 RPM hard drive, up to an SSD. Even the absolute baseline SSDs blow old hard drives out of the water now. They make such a big difference in terms of loading times, which is one of the things I think a lot of people haven't realized yet. with the Series X and the PS5 is that in terms of the difference between their hard drives on paper, yeah, there's a 50% speed difference between the PS5 and the Series X. But in terms of load time, like even Digital Foundry have found that all they're getting, the load time, in a lot of cases, it's like 0.05 of a second difference between the two loads.
Oh, wow.
You know, and it's just not making a big difference. Whereas if you compare them to, you know, you plug in a game that isn't optimized for the Series X or the PS5, and you run it on the external in an SSD, and then run it on the external on a bog standard hard drive, you notice a massive difference between the two, between, you know, the hard drive and the SSD, even though you're using a USB SSD. You know, like I'm getting 2,000 megabits a second on my SSD that's plugged into my Series X.
Oh, wow.
You know, like that's almost as fast as the internal drive on the Series X. Series X, what is it, 3,500? Although they're finding that because of the weird black magic that Microsoft are doing with loading and compression technology, that's actually closer to about 6,000 megabits a second, which is just black
so
magic.
Funny now. It's so funny now with the fast load times with games that have tooltips on their load screens. Yeah. You don't even have time to read them.
Yeah. It's like, oh yes, if you want to know how to do what, you've what? You said something about the A button. What does the A button do? What am I supposed to do with the A button? It's like, oh, sorry. This was your tutorial. You've already had the tutorial. We showed it to you at the beginning during the load screen. The load screen was less than 5 seconds long. I don't care. That was your tutorial. Good luck. It's like Warframe. Warframe's tutorial is ridiculous. It's like, oh yeah, here, this is move, this is shoot. Good luck.
Yeah,
what?
I was like, there's a tutorial.
what? They sent out a survey recently that was.
Yeah, I saw that.
What's the one thing you think that they need to really improve?
I put down change the tutorial.
Yeah, add
change
a tutorial.
It or fix it. You know.
Yeah. Add a tutorial. Any tutorial. Just add something into the game that, you know, so that people know what the fuck they're doing. Like, there's no modding tutorial in the game. Like, here's all these mods. What do you do with them?
They should do it so that artists would actually like show up physically and follow you to give you a step-by-step tutorial, and you could guess.
Yeah,
need help with, because that would give them a good role instead of just being that ear in your head. I mean, that voice in your head when you're in shit. Like, shut up, artists. Shut up, artists.
Yeah, it's Warframe's got such a weird system, and it's the thing that really blows my mind about Warframe is the fact that it's like, oh yeah, welcome to the game. This is a looter shooter. You're just gonna run around and shoot stuff. There's no storyline. Just shoot stuff. That's all you're gonna do. You're gonna have fun. Bye. And you're like, oh, okay, it's nice. And then it's like, oh yeah, and here's a dojo. You can now spend some of those resources building your dojo. Okay, how complicated a dojo can you build? Do you have time?
You have a lifetime to put?
Yeah.
And Eli's like, hold my beer.
Yeah, hold my beer. Yeah. You start off and it's like, oh, cool, I can put a bench down, and then like I can put like some decorations around the bench, and that's pretty cool. And then you go to somebody else's dojo and they've built like an ATST in the middle of there. We're like, wait, you've got an ATST,
and the time you can spend in your dojo.
Yeah. I think I'm at some obscene number of hours playtime on Warframe, and I'd say about 30% of that is in the dojo, just decorating the fucking dojo. And we haven't even done anything complicated in the dojo. As it's just been pure, here's some benches, here's some nice statues, here's a nice sort of
There's
thing
a
on
lot
the
of snow
wall.
babies.
Lots of snowmen, lots and lots and lots of snowmen all over the place. Um,
And there will be more. The
and,
more rooms you make in that game, the more snowmen there will be in the game.
And then, and then after you've discovered that this dojo's got this crazy decoration system, they're like, oh yeah, now you can decorate your ship as well. And you're like, wait, what?
And they keep putting more stuff in to decorate the ship with.
Yeah, there's more and more stuff for you to decorate your ship with. And okay, now we're going to start throwing some story missions at you after you're like, 8 months into the game of just thinking it's a looter shooter.
Story missions.
And yeah, Warframe's a weird game. It's a very weird game. Like Elder Scrolls Online, it's like, here's all the story. Here's loads of story. Oh wait, you finished all the story. Now there is only PvP. Like,
But there's a crap load of story missions. The problem with ESO is that there's too many story missions. It goes endless.
I don't know. When we played it, there was
We played it a long time ago.
It was the year of release, so it wasn't great year of release. The story missions there was nothing. It was like you'd got 6 hours of content, and the only thing that really slowed you down was the level restrictions.
So you had to go
dungeons.
to the caves and stuff.
So you had to go and grind a load of. Hold on, let me just go and grind leveling up my woodworking so I can make a better bow.
I guess they've changed that because I just saw like a dev stream about that not too long ago, and they said now you can go in and start at any level you want to.
Yeah, they didn't have that when we were in.
ESO is a really good example of what a developer can do when given the time and finances, because they're backed by a solid community. Because that game today is completely different than what it was when it came out.
Yeah.
They've added
free to play. They said it was free to play, but then they said something about having the base game.
So you can play it. It's basically free to play. It's not as free to play as like SWOTOR, but like there are a lot of like convenience items that are hidden behind like some of their premium stuff, like a crafting bag. Like the crafting materials that you gather, right? Like they have if you're a subscriber, you have like a whole different bag that goes into that never encumbers you. And having that alone is worth the subscription.
Like
it's
in
like what?
76.
Yeah. I mean, it saves so much, And I don't like when games do that. Like that's one of the things like SWOTOR. I mean, I've been a sub for SWOTOR forever, but like I can't stand how it's like, oh, if you want to sprint, be a preferred player, or like I hate that.
I hated the thing that put us off Elder Scrolls Online was when the game first came out, we signed up to their premium service. We were paying for the Elder Scrolls Online Plus at the time, is what it was. And, we paid for the game. We paid, what, 80 quid for the game. Then we paid for the Elder Scrolls Online as well, which both me and Nitty were paying for at the time, which was £11 a month. And with it, you were supposed to get access to all the DLCs that they were going to release. You were supposed to get access to a certain amount of the premium currency each month. And you were supposed to get access to a bunch of additional things, and actually access to another race that you could play as, which we didn't want. We weren't really interested in was it the Imperials? I think it was the premium one you had to pay for at the time.
It was the Imperials.
And we weren't really bothered with that. It wasn't really interesting to us. But the in-game currency was used to, the premium currency handy for, you know, a lot of the cosmetic items. And we thought, well, you know, okay, fair enough. And then they introduced the housing to the game, and you're like, okay, cool. So we can use the premium in-game currency to buy all these crafting benches so you can do crafting at your own house. And, you know, it was all this stuff. I was like, okay, so this in-game currency is actually going to be worth a fair amount, except for the fact they weren't giving us the in-game the currency. And we spent 6 months in a kind of weird holding pattern with their customer support saying, hey, we still haven't got our currency yet. And their customer support were just like, oh, right, yeah, could you just fill in a ticket? And I'm like, there's already 3 tickets there over this. These are the ticket numbers. They're like, oh, well, we've already closed those. And I'm like, no, you didn't, because they're not resolved. We still haven't got the money from this. And after 6 months of being just dicked around by their customer support being fucking trash. And remember, this was the first 6 months the game was out. The customer support in the first 6 months it was out was awful. Non-existent. I'd actually go so far as to say it was non-existent, because there was literally, I mean, I think we still haven't got all of the currency that we were supposed to get. Like, it totaled something like 24,000 in-game currency that we were supposed to have, and of this premium currency shit, and we got nothing. We got none of it. And we contacted them repeatedly, and they just fobbed us off and told us, oh yeah, well, that'll be fixed with the next month. It'll come through with your next month's payment. And we're like, oh, so we'll get double the amount next month? And they're like, oh yeah, that's what's going to happen. And the next month we'd turn around and we'd get none of it. It was like, yeah, you didn't give us the money last time, and now you're not giving us the money this time either. And yeah, it just left a really sour taste in the mouth. You know, it's just not good customer support when that game first came out. It was like Fallout 76.
Yeah.
That, like, we contacted customer support so many times because we couldn't play it. The frame rate was so weird and off, it made me and Nitty feel physically sick. And this was on a 1X when it came out, like supposedly the best system to play it on.
Yeah, I remember hearing how bad it was.
Like, it was weird that we'd seen friends playing it on 1S's and original Xboxes, and they weren't having the frame rate issues, but
And
the
then,
1X was.
do you remember Aegis was like, I've got no problem.
no problem
And
with
then
it.
when he switched over to the 1X,
Then he bought a 1X, and suddenly he couldn't play the game anymore. He was just like, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, it's the 1X. You can't play this on the 1X. And there was no in-game way of saying, okay, we'll revert back to the original game's graphics. I'm okay if the graphics aren't as good as the 1X's usual mainstay, as long as I can actually play the fucking game, you know. But they've never fixed it, and I've gone back to it since and tried it on the Series X, and I can't play it on the Series X. I can play it for longer, but it still makes me feel queasy, which is a real shit, because I really wanted to play Fallout 76. But yeah, there's a lot of weird things like that with certain consoles. Yeah, some games, I don't know, their customer support is weird. It's like Ubisoft. You guys seen the NFT business with Ubisoft at the moment?
Yes.
It's like, oh yeah, gamers and people, in the press, you don't understand what NFTs are. So no, trust me, NFTs are really good for a game.
when you don't understand something, it suddenly appears wonderful.
Yeah, it's really, no,
Yeah.
honestly, it's fantastic. You should totally have NFTs in your game.
It's on Twitter now too.
Yeah. Oh, Young Aid has done a series of videos on it. He's done a series of things talking about how, these
Here, I'll put his name in.
these NFTs are awful in terms of, it's just Ubisoft trying to make money off NFTs, and they're such a scam,
And Ubisoft was already getting bad with the microtransactions to begin with.
Oh, yeah. Good Lord. I mean, everyone blamed I mean, remember, it was Bethesda that started microtransactions
Ah, okay.
with the horse armor. That was the first
Oh, yes, I
for
remember that.
Oblivion. You know, hey, yeah, you can pay $1 and have horse armor. Does it do anything to your horse? Nope, it's purely cosmetic. It's like, okay, then why would I want to spend $1 on something that's not going to do anything? And then other companies just took it and ran with it. But Ubisoft, them and EA took that to a whole new level.
Yeah.
Like, it was a whole new level. I'm like, you load up any EA game, any EA game in the last 10 years, and there's microtransactions in it. Like, even in games that have no business having microtransactions in them. And Ubisoft have gotten that way as well. And like, I don't mind microtransactions in terms of like cosmetics, but when you've got microtransactions that directly impact gameplay,
Right.
what was it? Who does Rainbow Six?
Ubisoft.
Is it Ubisoft as well? Yeah, Rainbow Six. Microtransactions for weapons that are the
Division.
yeah, in the Division as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but to be fair, in those games, you can earn those weapons as well.
yeah, but they put them behind a
Huge
You
level up.
you have to
huge time
grind
sink.
for it. I understand that, and that's where I don't. Whereas EA, and this is where I differ in opinion between Ubisoft and EA from you, Eli, is that EA, there are weapons in some games that you cannot get at all unless you get them out of a loot crate, right? Whereas Ubisoft, yes, you have to grind, but to me, if you're someone who, and so there's she's someone who plays Rainbow Six a lot, that I know, and she wanted some gun, and she didn't want to pay for it, so she put the grind to it, but she played the game all the time. Whereas someone like me who only plays the game, like twice a week, like I would be more willing to pay for that weapon than to grind for it because I don't play it as much. But if you're playing it every day, then like, and I harken back to like in Battlefield, like they had the Spec Ops medals. I don't know if you remember, it was like Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, Battlefield 1, they did them too, but not as much, where you could earn different weapons, but those were like crazy. Like you had to like knife 500 people, and like you had to do all this crazy
10,000
stuff.
headshots. Yeah, I remember.
You're right. So like, but I was playing Battlefield like 3-4 hours a day every day, so that just gave me something extra to do, right? Like I was already playing it. And that's where I differ. I think with Ubisoft, if you're playing the game anyway, like you can earn any weapon, you can earn any skin, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's grindy.
I
but
think the only difference there, as I say, is like if you're playing a game where you're clearly not using as good a weapon as someone who's willing to pay for that weapon, that means you've got to suffer through coming across people who are willing to pay to get that weapon. And they put you in lobbies, and they specifically put you in lobbies with people who've got that weapon, knowing that that weapon is better than the weapons that you've got, and knowing that that gives them an advantage. And it cheapens it to a certain extent. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you can grind to get it, but I still think that it kind of it's a way of kind of the way they've done it with Ubisoft. I know they've done it with Rainbow Six because well, it was Rainbow Six and Call of Duty, the two games. That was Activision, but Activision and Ubisoft both did the same thing with Rainbow Six and Call of Duty, in that when they released a new weapon, anyone who bought the weapon would get put in with people who had lower KDs, right? Anyone who didn't buy the weapon was put in with people who had higher KDs and had bought the weapon. So they'd be there with this new weapon, with a higher KD than you, wiping the floor with you. And then, they'd do that for the first month it was out, just to get people into the idea of, oh, maybe that weapon's actually really, really good, when in fact, you're put in with some like top tier dudes. You're put in with guys who've got like a 6.0 KD. Hello, Polly. And maybe your KD is only like a 1.5, and you're getting put in with people who've got like a 6.0 KD, and they're using this weapon that has an advantage over your weapons anyway. And it was bullshit, and it was really, really predatory. Not EA predatory. No, EA take that shit to a whole different level. I mean, FIFA packs, and it's not loot crates, Des. You're wrong. It's not loot crates. It's surprise mechanics. That's it's
Yeah.
the same.
They have to say that now so that it's not illegal.
Yeah, it's a surprise mechanic. It's the same as if you bought one of those Lucky Dips when you were a kid.
Oh, yeah,
with the toys in it. The only difference was with Lucky Dips, when you opened a Lucky Dip, you got something.
Kinder eggs.
Kinder eggs. Yeah.
You had to go through so many Kinder eggs to get to the toy you wanted that was inside.
Yeah.
You had to go through all the crap chocolate.
They didn't allow those in the US.
No, they don't, because apparently
they were
people
dark
can't
hazards.
tell the difference between that chocolate.
There's this plastic thing inside. I'll eat that as well. No, no, that's not food.
Well,
It depends on the kid.
yeah, over here we eat Tide Pods.
Hey, that was
speak for
2019.
yourself, Wenchy. I've never put a Tide Pod in my mouth.
I'm about to say Tide Pod in her mouth. What?
Yes, I've never put a Tide Pod in Wendy's mouth.
I haven't either.
So how are you, Polly?
How are you doing, Polly?
We're getting.
You getting better?
Yeah, slowly.
No.
Learned
Oh,
that
I'm glad to
Sudafed is
hear
the
it.
magic medicine.
I guess.
Mhm.
It's about the only one that I can take that allows me to get this crud out of my head.
Mhm.
Aw.
Yeah.
That
Sorry,
and
guys,
lots of liquid, lots of sleep.
Yep. Liquid and sleep.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, alcohol doesn't count.
No, I haven't had a drop. Although I
No.
want it. I don't want the dehydration.
Mhm.
But once I'm better, nice big glass of whiskey.
There you go.
Without ice.
Yes.
Yes.
I will drink it without ice.
Because you are not a heathen.
She's not a
No,
heathen.
no, we like heathens, but you're not the bad sort of heathen.
Ah, yeah. Gotcha. Not the bad whiskey drinking heathen type.
Exactly.
Am I a
Yeah.
bad heathen if I like Bailey's in my coffee?
No.
No?
Bailey's is designed to go in coffee.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
Good.
And over ice cream.
Yeah,
And
I
in
know
a
ice
glass
cream.
on its own.
The glass.
In your face. Not literally in your face.
Yeah, not just like poured over your face, just like covered in Bailey's.
You could do that, but it'd be sticky.
Yeah, it'd be very sticky.
Yeah.
That stuff is good lord.
And stinky.
If you've ever worked in a bar and you've seen someone who spilled fucking Bailey's on the floor, oh my god, that stuff, it turns into tar, like
Yeah.
so quickly. I'm no other drink goes to tar quite as quickly as fucking Bailey's does. It's disgusting. Oh my god! And anyone who's drunk a big load of it and then gone outside and vomited on the floor. Oh my
Oh
god!
Mm-mm.
Oh.
No, that's a
you off.
sipper drink.
Yeah.
Too sweet.
It's the same with Tia Maria.
Yeah,
It's you got to sip it. You can't just down it. But if you want, suddenly gone to the discussion of alcohol now. Sorry. If you're going to have Tia Maria, have it with orange juice because it tastes like you're drinking liquid orange or
Terry's
chocolate orange. Yeah, Terry's chocolate orange.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about games that we were looking forward to, which the
Little one
Hello,
has made
small
an
child.
appearance.
hello, small
Yeah,
child.
wait.
Come here, Sam. You want to say hello to everyone?
Hello,
Say
everyone.
hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello, small child.
hello,
Baby
baby.
Punch your daddy.
Hello.
Eli?
Yeah, you should punch. You should hit your daddy because he likes to be hit.
You see Uncle Eli?
Yeah. Hello.
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 Say hello to Uncle Eli.
Hello.
How was your day?
It's all right, thank you. How's yours?
Was it good?
It'd be easier if you could hear him.
No, I can't.
Yeah, because brother has.
Yeah. I want to know.
Can Orlando have the headset?
It just says
That sounds like Orlando.
Yeah.
Hey, Orlando.
Hello.
I got
Love it.
good.
Okay, let me have that headset back.
What?
All right, you want to say hello? Go.
Oh.
So cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but he should definitely hit his dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
With
rolled up newspaper. Just walk up behind him, smack him upside the back of the head. Really help him clear the sinuses.
And then you'll get grounded.
Yes.
Well, you will ground him for life.
Why you laughing?
That's what you want, isn't it?
No. It's just that's what I tell everyone's children to do to their parents.
Oh God. When
Well, he was laughing. I
ages.
have no idea what you said though.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Just
I gave him the headset and he was grinning from ear to ear, just laughing.
yeah. Just be careful if he goes out of the room and fetches a newspaper and starts rolling it up.
Ah, okay. Well, that's all right. I'm not afraid to beat him.
I want cheese,
Hey, go watch your iPad, bud.
Yeah, we've done that with so many kids and their parents. We're always like, yeah, just punch your daddy for it.
When Aegis's little one was even littler, and oh God, how old was she? She was just learning to speak. We'd always tell her to punch her.
Yeah, punch your daddy. And she would. She'd literally sit there and she'd just clench a fist and smack him one. And I'm like, what are you hitting me for?
Right in his noodly appendages.
Oh,
Oh.
well, you know, that's what we get for having children, I suppose.
Yep. Yeah, just if you don't want your children doing that, don't put them on the headset with me.
And
Fair.
the amount of times Aegis was killed over in pain.
Why? Why would you do that? Why?
And you just hear Zoe giggling in the
Giggling and
background.
laughing. It's
Nice.
awesome.
I must fetch Cheez-Its before I have a screaming demon. I'll be right back.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
No,
Cheez-Its are good.
Get them over here.
Yeah, we do, but they're not.
We get the Cheetos.
Yeah, we get Cheetos.
It's not the spicy Cheetos either. It's the.
Yeah, well, no, we did. We tried their flaming hot Cheetos.
Was it?
Yeah,
Did
they had them over the road, and it tasted like tomato.
Yeah.
It was
I
tomato
prefer
flavour.
Wotsits over Cheetos.
Yeah. The Wotsits were much better flavour.
Our Wotsits are your Cheetos
Yeah.
in similarity.
Mm.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big long tubes of packing foam that you pop in your mouth, and they're very cheesy
Yeah.
flavoured.
And then over Wotsits, I prefer Monster Munch.
Mm. Yeah, but Monster Munch, they take like the amount of flavouring that they put on Wotsits and then just turn it up to like 11. It's like, here, you're now going to smell cheese for the rest of the day because your fingers are now cheese. Literally, we've just turned your fingers to cheese.
Yep.
And your
Mm,
tongue
it's-
has been dissolved.
And your tongue is dissolved. All you can smell is cheese or pickled onion. That's the
Pickled onion, that was my favourite.
yeah, pickled onion, and you pop it in your mouth.
And you're
like,
talking like this. Ha? Oh,
my mouth has
oh,
melted.
oh,
I don't know
oh.
what's happened.
Uh-huh.
Oh, dearie
Now,
me. I have no tongue now. I will just have to walk around with no tongue.
Or the roof of your mouth is cut to hell.
Yes.
Yes. Oh,
No.
yep. That's exactly what Monster Munch does.
Yep. Yeah,
Captain
Monster
Crunch.
Munch is a lot harsher in texture
Yeah.
than Cheetos or Wotsits.
Mm.
Like a Cheeto or a Wotsit, you put it in your mouth and it just kind of goes into nothing.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like.
Like it just there's nothing there. Whereas like Monster Munch, you put it in your mouth and it's like no, and you're like okay, so you start chewing it and it goes. It's like I'm chewing glass. I'm literally chewing glass right now. It's
Flavoured glass.
flavored glass, pickled onion flavored glass. And the top of your mouth is just there, sort of chunks coming out of it, and your teeth snapping, and it's great. It's really good. Really, really like Monster Munch.
That's why I stopped eating it after. I was like, I'd get a pack, just a single pack,
Mhm.
and that would be it for the entire month. Because then I'd remember why I had to stop eating it.
Is there any other like snacks you had as kids that if you had now, you know you just couldn't eat them? Like we had
Cheese and onion
Jones soda
crisps.
brand.
what's that there?
There's a soda brand called Jones, and these soda brands vary from green apple to cotton candy, whatever, right? But they're sugary sodas. When I look at them now, my
Hmm.
teeth just feel like they're dissolving from looking at these sodas now.
Your teeth are like, please don't put me
Yep.
through that again.
Yep.
Please, no more. Yeah. Yeah, there's one over here called Iron Brew. It's a real Scottish
God, no.
delicacy.
No.
Iron Brew. Oh, you'll love yourself a wee bit of Iron Brew. You'll be wanting some Iron Brew. Oh, the Iron Brew. It's this orange liquid. And the flavour is
Iron.
disgusting. It's just disgusting. Like it's not pleasant at all. It's just
It is
sugar.
iron.
And it's this like if you imagine the sugar, the sugar content in Coca-Cola is ridiculous, right? Like if that's a bottle of Coca-Cola, that's how much sugar is in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Iron Brew, like if that's the size of the Iron Brew bottle, that's how much sugar they've put in the Iron Brew bottle. Like they literally, like it's like some weird mystical technology where they crush the sugar into the Iron Brew bottle, and you end up with this thick liquid. And it's like Coca-Cola feels like a liquid when you're drinking it, right? Iron Brew feels like syrup,
Oh.
fizzy syrup.
So it's a corn syrup
Orange
bottle.
fizzy syrup.
Yeah. Except it's not corn syrup. It's not corn syrup. It's literally sugar. There's no corn syrup in it. It's just sugar.
Sounds delightful.
Oh, it really isn't. And the flavor is it's not orange as in orange flavor. It's orange as in orange colorant.
Yeah.
That's the flavor is orange colorant.
Does
Like
anybody remember Tang?
Panic.
T-A-N-G, Tang.
Yep, Tang is delicious.
not a UK thing, I don't think.
It was created by NASA.
Orange
NASA
powder
makes
drink.
sweets in the US.
Well, it was
Candies?
originally for the people in space to be able to have something.
Okay.
If I'm remembering my facts correctly.
It was created because of the food didn't. They needed sugar input because your body needs a little bit of sugar. So they needed
Mm.
sugar for energy. So they created Tang basically as like, it was like the first sports drink.
Oh, it was a drink. Right, okay.
Yeah, it was made for the astronauts. So that way, when they were working all day, they could get a quick boost of sugar to perk them up, just like Gatorade or anything like that. Any of those sports drinks.
I tried
You
Gatorade
did.
once. There was a shop in
Yeah.
Belfast sold Gatorade, and we tried it once. It was a blue color. I have no idea what the fuck the flavor was supposed to be, but it was a blue color. It was disgusting.
There's no real flavor. When we're sick, my wife just goes, "Get me the blue one," because it doesn't matter what flavor they call it; it doesn't taste like that.
The tastes of blue. Oh,
Mhm.
what flavor blue? Light blue.
Glacial iced.
Yeah, my mom's been running the shopping errands while we've been in quarantine. She said, "Get some Gatorade, get the blue one." She goes, "Well, what flavor?" I said, "The blue one." She goes, "Well, there's a bunch of different blue ones." I said, "Pick a blue one."
Yes.
She's like, okay.
Yeah. She was like, "Really? Oh yeah, yeah. Just pick a blue one. It doesn't matter. It's gonna taste basically the same as the rest."
Yeah, no, I couldn't. I got. I think I maybe had a capful of Gatorade before I was like, yeah, no, that's got to go in the bin. And I don't know, the
Did
one
you
we've got.
taste all the sodium?
Yeah, salt is insane.
Back in the moment.
But no, the two ones that I've tried of American beverages over here, other than Coca-Cola and Pepsi, was you're having hay fever issues. I'm sorry, Niddy. Turn the aircon off. Oh, it's helping. Okay. Yeah, the two that other than Coca-Cola and Pepsi, which are kind of like they're everywhere. They're not really an American thing anymore. They're kind of a worldwide thing. But the two mainly American things that we tried briefly over here was one was called Mountain Dew, and that stuff is
That's huge.
foul.
Yeah, it's bad.
There's a reason it's neon green in color. It's because it's fucking nuclear powered. It's
it's really bad for you.
Citrus flavored sugar.
Yeah, and then put that over there. I was saying put that over there, but if you want to make something, let's see. A little bit, yeah. But yeah, we had Gatorade, which again was just like well, and then we tried the other thing was Aegis sent us a bottle of ranch dressing.
That's mostly a southern thing in the U.S.
It's mostly a fucking wet slime thing.
What was that?
Ranch dressing. It's got no flavor. It's just, do you want your chips to be wet and slimy? What do you mean wet and slimy? Well, you know slugs, right? If you get a slug and you rub that slug up and down your chips, that's the flavor of ranch dressing.
Oh god, and the other thing we tried was Twinkies.
No, Twinkies are a no.
It's like
Now, did you have
sugar.
the banana flavored Twinkies or just the regular Twinkies?
I don't know. It was whatever Aegis sent us.
Oh, actually, yeah, it probably could have been any flavor. I mean, all I could taste was fucking sugar.
It was shaped sugar.
Yeah, it was shaped sugar. It was like they'd got this lump of sugar, got some wet slime in the middle. Maybe it was ranch dressing in the middle. They'd filled it with ranch dressing in the middle, and then there was this sort of this crust of dried sugar, and
made to look like a sponge.
Made to look like a sponge. I think it was supposed to be sponge. And then you I was like, okay, right. Oh, I've seen all these movies and TV series, and they always talk about Twinkies being amazing. And you're like, okay, cool.
It's all lies. There's a reason those things will survive the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah. They never go off because there's nothing edible in them. Hey, Christine.
Hey, Christine.
But
Yeah, if you had, with the levels of the sweetness that you get in your Twinkies, if you ever tried sweet stuff over here, you wouldn't find it as
sweet, you
sweet.
wouldn't find it sweet. Like
Yeah.
even the sweetest stuff. Like there's a bar. I know I was talking about Iron Brew earlier. There's one of those like a saltwater taffy bar over here, which is Iron Brew flavored, which is orange coloring flavored. Only it's got little bits of citric acid all the way through it, so it's all sharp and tingly in your mouth. And you bite into it, and if it's cold, it's like biting glass, and it will shatter your teeth.
I think I know which one you mean.
And then, but if you heat it up, like if you put it between your hands and sit there and rub it and kind of make it all squishy, kind of like when she does with her cucumbers, like you sit there and you kind of rub it up and down and sit there squishing it back and forwards and stuff like that,
You knew
squelching
he
it.
was gonna go
And
there.
then you peel
Yes,
the
I
plastic off the outside and you pull it, and it kind of turns into this weird kind of rope that you can just keep pulling out of this plastic container, and it just keeps coming and keeps going. You're there pulling it, and it's getting longer and longer, and just getting more and more, and it's getting all in your hair, and it's covered all over your chest, and you're pulling this thing, and it's just splurging all over you, right? And then you chew it. You start, and one mouthful of that stuff will last you about 6 years of chewing. And you pull more out of this thing. And it's like this weird, like taffy kind of thing that just never stops and never goes away. But you get this burst of energy from all the sugar you've just imbibed that literally slows time. And as a child, you'd have one of those and you'd roll it up into a sort of spiral like a cinnamon
I think you've just
thing.
scarred all the men in here.
And you know, like the Cinnabons, you know, where the spiral, right? Well, you'd roll these things up into like a Cinnabon type shape, and then you just pop the whole thing in your mouth and sit there, and that would be you for the next fucking 4 hours. Just
It's got like the texture of nougat.
yeah, nougat, but stringier and stretchier.
Curly whirlies, like curly whirlies.
Oh, because
'Cause
curly
when-
whirlies go, it's gone. This stuff is, you put it in
No,
your
but
mouth.
you would
Chewing
pull
gum.
chewing gum.
Yeah, like if you got like 17 packs of chewing gum and put them all in your mouth and chewed them all at once.
Yeah.
That's kind of, but it slowly dissolves. So if you imagine chewing gum that you sit and chewing on for hours and hours and hours, that just slowly dissolves. That is an Iron Brew bar or a refresher bar, because they did different flavors. And there was the yellow and pink flavor, which was yellow and pink flavored. You had the blackjack flavor one, which made your mouth go all black. And I mean, like,
Yeah, I'm gonna
stick
look it
your
up.
mouth to an exhaust pipe and stop it from pumping out gas for a while, and then it goes, and then your mouth ends up all covered in black. And it dyes your mouth, and that's it. That's your mouth dyed that color for a very long time. And then you had hello, Master of Corn. It's Summer of Corn himself. Good evening,
Sup?
sir.
Summer.
And a seed flavored
Yeah.
chew.
Yeah. The blackjacks at least had a flavor. It was clearly aniseed flavor, right? But the Iron Brew and the other one that was just pink and yellow flavored.
Yeah, I'll find that out in a minute. I'm just
As a kid, you didn't care which one it was because they were all the same flavor.
and plus they were about 5p,
Yeah, they were
5
cheap.
pence.
They were cheap, like the cheapest candies you could get. And
oh god,
uh,
it was
refreshers.
it wasn't refreshers. It was
They did a refreshers.
they did refreshers, but that was the one I'm thinking you're talking about.
Yeah.
But the one I'm thinking of, that the pink
Swizzle
and
nuts,
yellow
yeah.
one were they were supposed to resemble rhubarb and custard sweets.
Yes, they were supposed to be rhubarb and custard, but they didn't taste like rhubarb and custard.
No, they didn't.
They were more just pink and yellow flavour. And it was the bars that you were looking
Yeah.
into specifically. Wait, go down? What was that video? Why is a woman wearing a cat suit with a refreshers bar stuck down her boobs?
It's not me.
It's Wenchy. Right, got it. Cool. Okay.
What I'm going to do is look for.
Sweets are weird.
I'm going to.
Whoa. Discord? What happened there?
Oh, wow.
What happened there? That was
It
weird.
was BHC.
You, Mr. BHC. Thank you for the host. Very much appreciated, sir. Oh, it was a
And the
raid.
raid.
It was a raid. Nice. Thank you for the raid, Mr. BHC. I don't know why Discord just completely crashed then. Hello, Shadow. How are you doing, sir? How are you doing? Yep, you killed it. Discord just died. I mean, we've been having issues with Discord all day, so let's switch the camera back on, see if the camera's going to work. Camera, you going to work? Are you going to work? Yay, I'm all blurry.
Yeah, so people that have just joined, including yourself, Mr. BHC, we are having a Green Gate session where we are having ability to speak. We're just talking about anything and everything. It's chilled out, but
No, that's actually not that. It's doing that. Okay. Why are you being a duke?
So
Yeah, feel free to
we're
come
just
by
talking
and drop
about
in.
the differences between
There we go.
US and UK sweets and stuff.
Autofocus camera. Camera.
So what were you playing, Mr. BHC?
Yeah, I think he's playing God of War.
Ooh, how's God of War going?
Yes, how is God of War, sir? I don't get it. That's just being a douche. Camera's just not working now.
Oh yes, I was going to find out those sweets.
Un momento, por favore. Let's load this up. See if this works. Hopefully that works a little. No. Okay. No. Okay. Ah, I'm all blue. That's not what's meant to happen. Autofocus. Now that's really blurry. That's even worse. Why is the camera all blurry now? What did you do?
It was an improvement. Go back.
Back, yeah. Well, let me. There we go. Ah, yes. Yes, that's so much better. Yeah. Hold on.
Oh yeah, that's how I stay normally.
Yeah. And then let's try that. And then we'll try. Ah! Why is there no auto brightness? Why am I blue? I don't understand. Now I've gone all yellow. Ooh, nice warm glow. What's going on?
If you were green, you would die.
I don't understand. This is so weird. Anyway, yeah, Papa Smurf just completely kind of. It's 1990s TV. Good Lord, look, I'm a 1990s TV spokesperson. Hello, I'm from the 1990s. How are you doing? Maybe not have the color quite so bright. Oh, no, now 1950s. Hello, this is the 1950s. How are you doing? We don't have color in the 1950s. Oh, Mr. BHC with a resub. Thank you kindly, sir. Let's put the color back to where it should be. Don't know why the
forks and spoons.
Forks and spoons and spoons and forks. It's just decided that it's not going to do the.
Oh no, you say hello to the wifey?
Yes. No worries, Summer. Thank you for dropping by. It was nice to see you briefly, even if it was just for a
Hello,
moment.
Mrs. Corn.
Hello, Mrs. Cohen. Hello. Look. Hello. Yeah. Yes, thank you very much for the raid and the resub, Mr. BHC. Thank you kindly, sir. We're just sitting here talking about candies, to be honest, because I like candy. I don't actually. I'm not really a fan of sweet stuff. But yeah, we were talking about ranch dressing at one point. No worries,
No
Mr.
worries.
BHC. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the lurk. We love our lurkers, workers, and midnight workers here, as you well know. No worries. Hey, when you get back, if you want to jump in and chat, you're more than welcome. As you know, sir. As you know. But
I wouldn't even know where to start looking for these sweets.
yeah, no, there's a lot of them when I was growing up as a kid.
Oh, I know. I think I met.
But yeah, ranch dressing. Not a fan of ranch dressing. Not entirely sure why people like ranch dressing. It's just a weird flavor. See, Snickers, yeah, okay, I like Snickers bars. No worries, Mr. BHC. Ranch and buffalo wings is like, no, ranch just tastes like wet slime. There is no flavor. Ranch dressing, it's just, do you want your wings wet and slimy? Then that is ranch dressing. The ranch dressing we were sent was foul. It was absolutely foul. It was the most disgusting, vile substance I've ever had the displeasure of putting in my mouth. And I've tried a Twinkie. And they're nasty. But now Frank's hot sauce.
Put that shit on everything.
Yep, I put that shit on everything. I did for so long that it actually made me ill because there was so much salt in Frank's. Good lord.
I put that on my breakfast food.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Frank's,
it's good on scrambled eggs.
Yeah, Frank's has got an obscene amount of salt in it.
I never ate as much as you
No,
did.
you didn't eat as much as me.
If I want to church it up, we'll get Troubalone.
Troubalone.
Troblerone.
Troblerone. Yeah, Troblerone. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Toblerone's one of those weird ones because it's like the Toblerones. That's it, Toblerone. Yeah, Toblerones are a weird one because it's like
Can't even spell it.
they're so difficult to eat because they're these huge pyramid things that you put in your mouth, and then you try and break them off and eat them, and it's just like these massive chunks of chocolate in your mouth, and then you end up with they've usually got that nougat in them as well, little chunks of nougat that kind of get stuck between your teeth, so you're sat cleaning your teeth for 6 hours. But yeah, Shadow, what sort of flavored ranch have you got? Like what flavors are in your ranch dressing? Because the one we got was from South Carolina, just from where BHC is actually, because it was Aegis that sent it us, and it was you had Ethiopian food for lunch. Ooh, nice. That sounds nice. I like a bit of Ethiopian food actually. Yes, Toblerones hurt teeth. But yes. We had some flim flam today, actually. It was broccoli, cauliflower, spinach, peas, sweet corn, spices, covered in egg, flour, and milk, with a shitload of spices mixed in with the egg, flour, and milk mixture, and then put over the hob for a little while, just to cook the bottom, to make the bottom a little bit cooked, and then you stick it in the oven for 20 minutes. It's lovely. It's very nice. But we grated cheese over the top. because that's the only way. It's lovely, very spicy. But yesterday we had some bel puri, which is an Indian dish. Niti, if you'd like to describe that one.
I'm just okay. So the bel puri is. Now I've got to try and think in English terms. Right. It's got boiled potatoes, diced boiled potatoes, diced tomatoes. You can have onions in it, but because I can't eat raw onions, we skip the onions. It's got chickpeas, and you'd usually go for the black chickpeas. Coriander, fresh coriander, but Eli's not really keen on fresh coriander.
No.
Green chilies. Now, and then you'd have these puri. Puri is like how would you describe puri?
Puri is kind of like a thick and crispy, very crispy taco.
You can usually get
But they usually sort of plump up into a sort of dome.
Yeah, but
with gas in the middle. But if they don't plump up, they rather than throw them away, they cook them out and then stick them with a load of spices and stuff in a bag. Yeah, you've got the bag there actually. If you get the bag out, I can put it up in front of the camera so people can see it.
yeah, the puri in this case is not fluffed up to like the ones we have. These are specifically for something called pani puri.
Yeah.
There's also fried peanuts in there, fried puff rice, something called God, I can't think of the.
One of the but it's all kind of broken up and mixed in with the rice and fried noodle type things. And
yeah,
it's lovely stuff. Really, really
and
tasty.
there's spices in there. And then what you do is you make a chutney made out of dates and dried mango powder, chili, dried roasted cumin powder, and then once you've mixed the dry stuff together, then you would pour over the sauce, and you would eat it there and then. You don't want the dried food to become soggy, otherwise it's just not that tasty. It definitely takes a while to make. I mean, you could make the puffed rice and the dried noodly stuff and the puri. I'd say you could make it a week or 2 weeks before, because that stuff doesn't. You can keep it if you keep it in an airtight container. It can keep for a couple of months, and then you just eat it as and when you want it, and it's very filling.
Yeah, and that was one with the potatoes and the tomatoes chopped, and yeah.
Yeah, terrible description. I'm sorry, but I don't, because
she's thinking in Gujarati terms, so she's got all these Indian terms running through her, and she's trying to translate into English for us at the same time.
Yeah.
Of trying to remember the. There was the chana in there as well. That's chickpeas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. In case anyone ever sees an Indian restaurant where it says, chana masala, that's literally chickpeas and curry. Chickpea curry. I don't know why the camera quality's gone to crap. That's really annoying.
Yeah, because whenever I speak to my parents, I'm not speaking to. I mean, their English is fantastic, but I'm not used to speaking to them in English. So when it comes to talking about cooking, trying to remember the English terms for stuff is very difficult.
I've had chama masala. It's really good.
Yeah, I like it with paneer.
Yeah, unfortunately, because my parents are Indian, I can't go to Indian restaurants without saying, sorry, my mum makes it much better. It's just kind of
To be
Going to
honest,
Mexican places, it's hard
yeah.
because you're like, I'm not paying $14 for my tia makes back home for free.
Exactly. You're like, yeah, this you've I could make this for cheaper, or I could right, you're missing something out. You've put too much of this and too much of that in.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder.
Hello, Panda. A bringer of joy, the keeper of the grape juice, and the master of the floofiness. How are you doing, sir?
What are we talking about today? We're talking about anything and everything. We were just talking about food just now, and talking about some Indian food that my mum sent over, and I made some extra to it.
Yeah, Des, what is mambo sauce?
I can't. You can't explain it.
Can't
You just
explain it.
no.
If you
You
want to
guys would
join us,
hate it.
Panda.
You guys would hate it because it's probably a little too sweet for you. But mambo sauce, like you put mambo sauce on chicken. I mean, you could put it on anything, but
Mm.
it's like a barbecue sauce, but it's not. Like I it's like there's like it can be spicy or it can be sweet. Like it's I, I don't know. Like BLK is probably laughing right now because he like you can't explain it. It's just something that you have to have. It's like a tangy DC, like Washington DC area version of barbecue sauce is probably like the
okay, like a barbecue
worst
sauce.
explanation that I could give for it to put you in the ballpark at least for what it is.
Is it spicy?
It can be. It doesn't have to be.
Okay.
So there's a really famous one called Capital City Mambo sauce, and Capital City, like that restaurant, they have two kinds. They have a spicy, like a hot mambo sauce, and then they have like a sweet mambo sauce. So even the people that are like kind of known for it in terms of like the restaurant, like even they have two different kinds of it. It's you just can't explain it.
Is
It
it
goes
like each state having its own particular type of food?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and DC's got a couple of things that are just great, like Mambo sauce, and then there's a restaurant called Ben's Chili Bowl that like
I'm
is
actually having a look of it online.
Ben's Chili Bowl is amazing. Is like it's like a staple, you know, like an institution in DC. Like you
Sweet,
have to go to
sour,
Ben's Chili Bowl.
Spicy.
Sweet and sour, spicy, tangy, pourable, dipping sauce.
Yeah. Just waiting for
Just
the
waiting
page
for the. It's not barbecue sauce. It's for basting, marinating, dipping, pourable, sandwich topping, wing coating. Has a touch of duck sauce, hot mustard, barbecue sauce. Keep going. So keep going.
Yeah, so BLK. I mean, and then there's a like a hoagie shop called Mag Leonardo's, which is amazing. Like DC's got some great food. The thing about DC that people don't understand, like when they come to the United States, is how progressive the food is in DC because when they come, they're only coming for like the monuments and you know like when you're a tourist in DC, you're there to see like the museums and all of that stuff. But what you don't understand is that that's like only a small fraction of what the DC metro area, you know, kind of has to offer. Like the food there, like one of the things that will miss the most about living in DC is the food by far. I just dropped the best sandwich spot in DC. Yeah, yeah. It's Magliardo's is Oh my God, the G-Man sub at Maglianardo's is like to die for. I mean, it's
Mm,
like one of the best submarine sandwiches, hoagie, whatever, however you want to call it.
mm.
And at work,
See,
we used to get them every Thursday.
mm,
We would send a guy downtown, and we would have an order for him. G-Man on soft roll. That's right. So we would get them on hard rolls because by the time they got to us, the hard roll would be just like soggy enough. If you
mm,
got it on a soft roll, it would be a little too squishy when you got it. But yeah, I mean, when I ate at Mags, soft roll by without a doubt.
mm.
We figured out what hoagie was the
Yeah,
other
we
day,
figured out what hoagies were the other day because people have been saying, I had a hoagie the other day. I'm like, ugh.
and then
Like, why would
yeah,
you hock a loogie on yourself? That's just disgusting.
and
Like,
then Odie
ugh.
kind
Yeah,
of had to explain it.
it's
Bloody hell.
that's regional, right?
Yeah.
Because like Pennsylvania, like
Spaghetti.
Philly, Pennsylvania, like et cetera, et cetera. We call that like we call it hoagies. But like
Mm,
in the Midwest and out west and stuff, it's like submarine sandwiches or subs
yeah.
or whatever
Or baguettes.
Or baguette. Yeah,
or
that's what we call them,
baguettes.
Yeah,
baguettes.
Yeah,
baguettes here, there, and Odie's like, no, baguettes are like thin and like that. That's a
So
baguette.
we
I'm like,
showed him what
no, they're
we.
not. They're like that. Like that's a baguette. Baguettes are like that, and like this fucking long. Like a baguette. One baguette is enough for you to have a meal on for like a day or two without filling, and then you put fillings on it. You've got like a couple of days worth of food from a baguette there.
right.
Okay.
And that's if you get like a large G-Man from Mags, it comes to you, they cut it in four pieces.
Mm,
So you like we would get like I would get a large one for lunch and then like I would have like half of it at lunch and then when I would get home from work like that would be, like dinner as well.
mm.
And it would be like too much. It would be like too much food both times. You know what I mean?
Good.
Yeah, that
that's
sounds really good.
that's what you want. We used to
Yeah,
get.
there's another spot too. And this would be okay if you're in Bethesda ever. On the Rockville Pike, there's a place called Corned Beef King, and they've got amazing sandwiches. They've got a sandwich called the Cloak and Dagger. I highly recommend it.
What's with all the spy names for your sandwiches? I mean, it's
It's because it's
Secret
DC, bro.
oh, it's
sandwich man.
BC, yeah. But, yeah. Yeah, we used to get a sandwich at our local Tesco's, which was called the Plowman's Wedge. And it was this, basically, you got a triangular piece of bread, right, that's about that deep and like that kind of shape, triangle type thing. And they literally just cut it down the middle and then stuff it with cheese and tomato and Branston pickle and lettuce and all sorts of stuff like that. And you end up with this sandwich. It's just like massive, and you're sitting there sort of so I eat this thing, and it was perfect for just a quick snack. I say quick snack, dinner. It's awesome.
Oh, it was so good.
Oh, I miss those so much. And
So we make our own
yeah,
now,
we
don't
make
we?
our own. But yeah, they're
Can't
really good.
beat Branston pickle. It has to have
Yeah,
Branston
it has to
pickle
have
in it.
Branston pickle. Although recently Branston pickle's become really salty.
Yeah, it has. It's become too
Like
salty. You just can't eat.
it's so weird. Like it's like they've doubled the salt content. Like I hate it when companies, you've got this really good um product. It's like I don't. Have you guys had KFC lately?
Not lately.
In years.
Yeah, we hadn't had KFC for like 5 years, right? And I remember KFC, the flavor of the batter on the outside of the chicken. Like I remember it clearly, and you're like, yeah, okay, yeah, KFC. There's a certain flavor profile that's KFC, and it's a mixture of paprika and pepper and salt, right? And that's KFC, and it's a signature. It's been their signature flavor for years. Like throughout my childhood, KFC tasted the same. About 5 years ago, we went and had a KFC, and they changed the fucking batter. Like it's completely different. It's a completely different flavor profile. It's Not good.
I can't tell you the last time I've been to a KFC, and I mean, since my
Yeah.
metamorphosis, I haven't eaten a whole lot out at all, since July. So, but KFC, even if I wanted to go through the pain of having like a fast food, KFC would still be like low on my
Low on the priority
priorities.
lists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The smell of it when you walk past it, the one that we have, is so god awful. Even when you're starving, and I mean you're starving, it's like nah, man.
Smelled like bird poop, compound bird poop.
See, we don't have a Popeyes over
Yeah, we
here,
don't have Popeyes.
Summer,
I
so
like
we're
Popeyes.
always going by what you
Oh, I
guys.
love Popeyes.
The ones the places that we have that you know of that you have is Burger King, McDonald's, Domino's, Pizza Hut, KFC, and I think that's it,
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's about it.
Yeah, that's
That's
all
about
we
it.
have. I know we've got a Bojangles as well, but it was nasty.
Yeah, Bojangles was nasty here. Like, it was really nasty. But yeah, we don't really have many. Like, there's no Taco Bell.
No Taco
There's
Bell.
no Wendy's.
Nope.
There's no Popeyes.
Nope.
There's no Arby's.
Mhm.
We don't get an Arby's. Never had an Arby's. No idea what an Arby's is like.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
Taco Bell.
no
Sorry,
Taco Bell.
darling.
Oh my God. Like that's so Taco Bell is number one on my Taco Bell's number one for me. Like if I was going to go through the pain of having fast food after my reconstructions, then it would be Taco Bell would be number one.
Belfast fried chicken.
I've tried Taco Bell when I went to America a very long time ago. This was in the summer of '92, so it'd be July, and we had the cinnamon. I think were they triangles?
Twists, cinnamon twists.
Cinnamon twist.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And they were
Talk about
okay.
cutting
From what
your
I
mouth
remember.
open.
Right. Okay.
My
I
favorite thing
don't
from
remember
Taco
much
Bell
else.
was called a Double Decker Supreme. It was basically just a regular crunchy taco with sour cream with a bean burrito wrapped around it in the same taco form. I loved it.
I'm a big fan of the quesaritos, the shredded chicken quesarito, and I absolutely love chalupas.
We're gonna come back all
Oh,
humongous.
chalupas are wonderful.
Those are good.
I don't like the 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 taco meat, the beef one. I like the chicken one.
Yeah, I don't get beef or steak in any Taco Bell. I only get chicken Taco Bell. Only chicken stuff.
Take care, Summer. Thank you for dropping by, dude. Yeah, the best place we've got locally for takeaway food, both for pizza and for like burgers and things like that, would be Romeo's in Derry. And if you guys ever come to Romeo's, seriously, like they have a burger there called there's one that's called the Cock and Bull burger. And it's chicken and beef, right? You get a grilled chicken burger, and then a half pound burger underneath. So you get like a half pound chicken burger and a half pound thing. And then there's the legendary burger, which is just two burgers on top of one another. So it's like that thick, right? And then you've got the bun on top of that, and then the onion rings on that, and then the coleslaw, the bacon, the pineapple, the cheese. And you end up with this thing that's just like stacked this high and it's like that wide.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go make a cup of tea.
Ooh, yes, please.
Take your time.
And it's fantastic. It's really good, but because we've reduced the amount we eat quite heavily, it now takes two of us just to eat one of those fucking things. And even then we're full. And the thing with the legendary burger is it always comes with curry sauce as well. So you've got this tub of, and I've never understood why it comes with a tub of curry sauce. Because who the fuck gets their burger and goes, you know what, would just push this burger just onto the next level. let's just pour curry sauce all over it so that we can't actually eat it because it's covered in curry sauce.
It's like a French dip.
It's so Irish, they're weird. But yeah, curry sauce and everything. Like it's ridiculous. But yeah, the legendary burger is really nice. They do a hypocrite burger, which is one of my favorite burgers, which is a vegetable burger, which is like mashed potato and carrots and peas and sweet corn and peppers, all in like a breaded kind of like when you bread a chicken burger, like the KFC ones, how they're breaded.
Yeah.
Well, it's like that, but it's vegetable inside, right? And it's for vegetarians usually, right? But the reason they call it a hypocritical burger is that then you have like the same weight again of bacon and cheese on top of that.
Oh,
And it's so fucking good.
God, it sounds good.
It's like this sort of potatoy kind of. It's a meal like with bacon, just a huge slab of bacon on top of it, and then cheese on top of that, and usually salsa or some spicy salsa or spicy curry sauce over the top of that. But yeah, that's how we do mambo sauce here. You just put anything you can. Yeah. That's Northern Irish with curry sauce. Like seriously, one of the most common things to order from the Chinese is chips and curry sauce. It's just literally like fries, big chunky Chinese fries, covered in curry sauce, and
Oh wow.
then you might have like sausages with it as well. And it doesn't
I'll,
sound particularly very appetizing, but it's fantastic. It's really
I'll explain how good mambo sauce is.
good. Okay.
I would order plain wings, and then when they would come to my house, I would cover them in mambo sauce
Right.
and like Frank's. Like
Okay.
mambo sauce is so good that there's no restaurant that can give you anything better. So you might as well just order whatever you're going to get plain and then just cover it in mambo sauce.
Yeah. A DMV special. 185 fries, dump mambo sauce on it. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that'll definitely be one that we try when we come over to America eventually. We'll definitely drop by DC, and then we're going to be so fat, so huge when we get back from America, because there's all these. We've got to go
That's
down
American
to.
food for you.
Yeah, we've got to go. There's a steak place in Texas that we've been advised to go and visit, which does these like 24-pound steaks.
Oh yeah.
And
You've got. Is it the one where you've got so much time to eat it?
I don't know. I just want. They say that the steak's really good, so I just want to go and try it because the steaks over here are shit. Like you'll be lucky if you get like a 2-pound steak in Northern Ireland. They're really bad. Cheesy chip with curry and beans. Yeah. Is that baked beans, Christine, that they're putting on those? Because yeah, I'm not about baked beans mixed with curry sauce. No, 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 no. I don't mind making my baked beans like spicy. Like that's one of my favorite things to do with baked beans is to make them spicy. But yeah, well, exactly. Texas is that's kind of if you're going to have steak in Texas in America, you go to Texas to have steak because that's supposedly where they do the best steaks. Although I've heard that New Orleans is pretty fucking good for Creole steaks.
Oh yeah.
But and we've got a friend in New Orleans that's got this place picked out for us. That if we ever go over there, he's going to take us there for these Creole steaks because I like anything spicy. Like, if it's spicy, I like it. There isn't much bean juice. Yeah, no, still, Christine, just a cheesy beano just doesn't sound nice. Yeah, no, I love spice. I'm a massive fan of spice. Anything Jamaican food, Indian food, Korean food, Cajun cooking, Filipino, Indonesian, Japanese, anything like that. I just love spices. Big fan of spices. But all right, so going by like, which states do you think do the best food? Like, as guys, as people that live in the US, which states do you recommend as like the place you want to go to for food?
It's funny. It depends on what food, because if you're like seafood, like if seafood, you want seafood, it's Maryland, and
Right.
it's not even close. Like other places, they'll be like, oh no, fuck off. It's Maryland. Maryland's
Okay.
crabs are the best crabs in the world.
Not cold
Maryland's
crabs.
got the best scallops. Maryland's got the fresh. Yeah, you can get good rockfish in Maryland.
Mm,
Um, like if you want lobster, like I'll give Maine. Maine is where you got to go for lobster. But it depends on what you want. That's the
mm,
thing. That's the thing about the states that people that aren't from the United States don't understand,
mm,
right? Like we have states that are bigger than your countries,
mm.
right? So that would be like,
Well, bigger
like
than the UK, not bigger than
yeah.
France. France is
Well, I mean,
about half
but
the size
you
of the
know what I'm
US.
saying,
Yeah.
right? Like, so like if you want seafood, I would say you got to go to Maryland, right?
Okay.
Like if you want
Yeah,
steak, go
Shadow
to
agrees there.
Texas.
Yeah.
If you want like good barbecue, go to like Kansas City, right? Like
Kansas, really?
yeah, Kansas City has
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
amazing barbecue.
Okay.
Amazing. Texas is good. Texas is also good, but Kansas City has got amazing. But and that's the other thing. Like I was saying before, Kansas
Now,
City barbecue
is it the
and
Kansas City, Kansas side, or is it the Missouri side?
well, that part it doesn't, because you got good on both sides. So,
Okay.
but Kansas City and Texas do barbecue different. So
Mm,
you might not like Kansas City barbecue, but you might prefer the way Texas does their barbecue.
right.
Like that's the thing. But they both are known for it. Like
Mm,
Texas has got good chili. Like
hmm.
New Orleans is
Yeah, that.
Creole.
Yeah, the,
Like if
the the Texas influence. That's the influence from Mexico, because I know there's a lot of crossover between Texan food and Mexican food.
right, and that's
Right.
the thing. If you want Tex-Mex, like anywhere in the
Hmm.
Southwest, like if you want good Mexican food, you're gonna have to go to like Arizona or New Mexico or Southern California. I mean, but even like Northern California, it's completely
Not so
different
good.
flavors, right? Like
Mm,
it's crazy. It's
mm,
crazy. I mean, you could literally spend a month in the United States just doing a food tour.
mm. Yeah, the I think that the biggest problem that we've got is that the American food that's come over here, the stuff that everyone raves about and the TV shows and that kind of stuff that comes over here is always kind of bland. And it like
It breaks the enjoyment of having heard about it for so
yeah,
long.
like for instance the Twinkie. Like now, okay, that's an extreme case because the Twinkie is disgusting in the US as well. Um, but like you hear about it over here for years, people talking about, oh, Twinkies are amazing, oh, Twinkies are amazing, and then they finally you finally get some over here and they're just foul, like inedible. Um, and then you find out from people who aren't on the TV and on TV programs and movies that actually Twinkies are fucking disgusting no matter where you go. And then like the same like with ranch dressing. For years
I
we'd
heard
heard
fried
about ranch
Twinkies are
dressing.
good.
Which one, Def?
Fried Twinkies. Certain festivals do Twinkies good.
Yeah,
So
fried Twinkies aren't bad, actually.
they would have to transform so far,
They
like
do. All
because
that sugar caramelizes. So, like the outside, so they dip the Twinkie in a batter, right?
mm,
And then they fry it. And then it gets like the Twinkie itself like caramelizes. The oil's so hot, right? So now you got
mm-hmm,
like this crunchy, like really crunchy, like a chip, like
mm,
outside, and then the inside, like the actual Twinkie is like just sugary goo, right? So you get like this good crunch, but I can only eat like the bites, like small, like I could eat like one like a third of a Twinkie that's fried.
Yeah. Please do, Shadow. That would be amazing. Yeah, we'd love to try it. Because, as I say, I want to try. I'm a big fan of trying food from all over the world. Like, I'm a big fan of, as I say, very spicy food. Like Cajun is probably Cajun, Jamaican food, food from the Bahamas, that kind of stuff. Probably where I'd be best suited when I come over there, because I really like hot food. Hot and spicy is my jam.
Whereas where I grew up in India, it's
Spicy, but not
spicy,
hot.
but it's there isn't, because each state in India, like the US, has its
Yeah, different flavor profile.
different flavor profiles. And where I grew up, it's spicy. There is a heat to it, but it's more spicy than it
Yeah,
is chili hot.
yeah. The closest I can about the spice, it would go slightly hotter than say jalapenos
Yeah,
in Gujarat.
yeah.
It would go not much hotter than jalapenos. Is that the marshmallow fluff with peanut butter, Des?
That's exactly what that is.
Right, okay. Jerk salmon.
That sounds really nice.
See, that could
Jerk?
be nice. But we tried beef jerky once. That was not nice.
Beef jerky and jerk are no, that's not.
Yeah,
no.
it's
No,
different things.
it's the other
Yeah.
type of jerk, like jerk seasoning.
Oh,
Yes,
jerk seasoning.
Jamaican
Oh,
jerk
Yeah.
seasoning. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's
Jamaican jerk
complete.
seasoning's lovely. Yeah. Yeah, but Jamaican jerk seasoning's fantastic. We had that. I used to use that all the time in our cooking until they stopped selling it in the local shop.
Where you grew up, you had a big Jamaican
Yeah,
community.
yeah, we had a huge Jamaican community, so we had a lot of Jamaican food. Like one of my favorite things is, and if you guys ever get a chance to go to a Jamaican restaurant, roasted red snapper is one of the most amazing dishes you'll ever eat. Like, it's full of bones. Fair warning, there's just bones. Like 90% of the fish is bone. But the 10% that isn't bone is amazing. I was the Jamaican jerk. Oh, Jamaican jerk with salmon. Yeah, that sounds nice. That would sound really good. But yeah, rice and peas is lovely. Such a staple.
Eli, I'm going to post a link in your chat.
Oh, please do. Yeah, fantastic.
I will.
And if you'll open that up for me.
Oh, hold on.
But dumplings with soup is amazing. Oh, is that near you?
It used to be when I lived in DC. It used to be.
Yeah.
It's the best jerk chicken in the DMV.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even close. It's they make this is one of those places, they're so small that they make X amount of stuff per day, and then once it's gone, that's it. It's gone. But if you don't get the jerk chicken like early, like by like 2:00, it's gone.
Yeah, there was a store down from where my grandmother was when I went over with Nitty. I went there hoping to get some of their dumplings.
Yeah.
Nitty's convinced that Jamaican dumplings are a lie, that they don't exist.
No, they don't exist. I'm sorry, they don't exist.
But they're, oh man, the Jamaican dumplings we used to get from that place was just, used to get it with it was a soup, but it was a clear soup, like a broth rather than a soup. And you get the dumplings and you just dip them into the clear broth and just eat it, and it's just, oh man, oh, it's so good. It's so good. And then the goat curry, the chicken curry, the jerk chicken, the ackee saltfish. If you guys haven't had ackee saltfish, love ackee saltfish. Really enjoyable. If you don't like the idea of fruit and chicken, then don't get it, because ackee is a fruit and you're having fruit and fish, but it's in like a pasty type thing, talking about which we've got some Jamaican pasties in the freezer. I'm looking forward to those. I'll have those after the stream. I'm getting
You
hungry.
guys are making me so hungry right now.
Right. This is
All
the
all
go ahead,
this
Tis.
is doing is making me miss living in DC.
Mhm. Yeah. I'm sure you'll find some
Hungry.
restaurants where you are that are good though. I mean,
No, no, I won't.
no, you
No,
won't.
because so the first thing that I did, because being from a place that's got, like I said, in like every region in United States has its own food. So when
Mhm.
I moved up here, my real estate agent. I was like, she'll know the area. I was like, all right, what is the best? I was like, what's your regional food? Like, what's your food here? And she was like, oh, they're called Speedies. And I was
Mm.
like, what the hell is a Speedy? And she was like, oh, it's marinated meat. And I was like, okay, that doesn't okay, that's fine. So I
Mhm.
go to a place called Speedy's Rib and Barbecue,
Right.
and I order their Speedies, and it comes out, and it's literally chicken that's been marinated in some shit. Like it's just chicken. That's it. There's nothing else to it. And
Mm.
I'm like, this is what this area is known for. And everyone's like, yeah, it's great, right? And I'm like, no, no, it's
No.
not.
Well, I think another thing is like areas get used to a certain flavor profile as well. Like there's a fish and chip shop in Portrush called Mr. Chips, right?
Ew.
And if you are a big fan of fish and chips, do not go to Mr. Chips. Mr. Chips is one of the worst, most disgusting takeaways in the history of mankind.
Never change their
They
oil.
haven't changed the oil that they fry their chips and their fish in since 1994. And I'm not kidding. It's literally not changed the oil since 1994. And it's developed its own kind of. I mean, they add more, and it's beef dripping they use. It's not oil, it's beef dripping. They add more beef dripping to it over time because, of course, it soaks into the chips and it soaks into the fish. But it's just the most disgusting, foul. But everyone in Portrush loves it. Everyone in Portrush is like, oh, Mr. Chips. Oh, it's the best fish and chips in town. Oh, yeah, you got to go to Mr. Chips. Oh, you love going to fish. Go on. Go on around to fish and chips, Mr. Chips. It's the best chips in Portrush. Oh, they're the best. Like, they're the bee's knees. You'd love them. The dog's bollocks. Go on away round to Mr. Chips and have some chips. And you go around there, and before you even walk in the place, you can smell that it's disgusting. It's just, oh, yeah, no, not good. But everyone in Portrush loves it. And when they go anywhere else, they're like, oh, it's not as good as Mr. Chips. And it's like, no. That's nasty, like the chili from Checkers. That's another one that's in the US that we don't have over here. Checkers.
Checkers, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
another one. We don't get Checkers here.
Well, I mean, you like that would be like me being complaining that we don't get Super Max in the United States.
Yeah. Oh, is that like a
Checkers
very
fries.
DC specific
Tastes
kind of
like Popeye's fries.
Yeah,
Popeyes fry?
Checkers is disgusting.
Oh,
Like,
Rallies is the other side of Checkers.
Uh, yeah, we don't have them here either. But yeah, no, it is. There's definitely like you go to Ballycastle, right, which is what 20 miles down the road from Portrush.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fish and chips there. There's a store. There's two fish and chip shops in Ballycastle. One that's right by the harbour, which uses beef dripping and is fucking foul. And another one that uses vegetable oil up in down the main street that just does the most amazing fish and chips. But nobody in Ballycastle goes to the one that does the good fish and chips. Like they all prefer the one that's down by the harbour, and it's like, why? Why do you like this? This is horrendous. The only people that go to the one that's on the main road are people that come into the area and visiting in the area. And it's so weird. It's so weird. I don't understand how, something as simple as fish and chips can vary so wildly, you know. Even within Derry, like Derry has not got a good fish and chip store.
England does the best fish and chips. If you want fish and chips, you want to go to England. You do not want to go anywhere else.
Again, even
Well,
within England, there are places that I wouldn't touch for fish and chips. You guys actually have Aldi's there? But wait, Aldi's owns Trader Joe's?
Yes.
Didn't know that. Yeah, didn't know that. We don't have Aldi's in Northern Ireland. We've only got them in England. But I've been to Aldi's before. And Aldi's is...
I didn't realise Aldi was that
Yeah.
big a name.
Yeah, I didn't think Aldi's was that big a name. It was always kind of a small thing. Mambo
The
sauce from different
BLK
carriers.
is
Right, okay.
100% correct. The way
Right,
that
okay.
you just talked about fish and chips is the way that people in DC will talk about mambo sauce. 100%.
Right, okay.
Do you
Okay.
remember, Eli, when we were kids, when you'd get traditional fish and chips rolled up in a newspaper cone,
Yeah, in the
and
cones.
you would just get the vinegar? The guy would put salt on it, and then you get the vinegar bottle and just
Yeah, you
douse.
always ended up with, like, at the bottom of the cone there was just like that much at the bottom of the cone is just full of
Yeah,
vinegar.
yeah,
It was the salty vinegar liquid that was left over after you'd had your thing, and then you just
yeah.
drink it at the end. Yeah.
You
It was
just sit on a park
yeah,
bench somewhere and eat
it
it.
was awesome. Yeah, it was so
Those,
smooth.
yeah, they were fun times, Christine. Fun times.
Yeah, if you ever come to the UK and you want a very, very location specific thing that only people from one specific location like, jelly deals and London.
Oh God, no. Ugh.
Yeah, never. Yeah, they are absolutely an acquired taste, and unless you're from London, no. But yeah, it's specifically the East End of London. You don't get them anywhere else. Nowhere else in the whole of the UK does jelly deals. No one, because everyone else thinks they're hideous. But people in East London are like, I got some jelly deals. I love me some jelly. And like, can you stick that in your mouth? Oh my God. Like, jelly deals smell like,
It's like gank mixed with extra slimy gank.
yeah, it's like the Welsh with their sheep's eyes, their deep fried sheep's eyes. Like, the Welsh like deep fried sheep's eyes. They get sheep's eyes, they batter them, and they fry them. There's no flavour. If you've ever had sheep's eyes, they don't have a flavour. They're just salty water once they're cooked. It's like, but the Welsh, I love me a bit of sheep's eyes in the morning. Oh, a nice bit of fried sheep's eyes. Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, it's like the Spanish and what do they call them? Mountain oysters.
Oh yeah.
AKA sheep's testicles.
Yes.
That's what mountain oysters are.
What dish or sort of
Sheep's
special
testicles.
food is from our area? It would be
From
Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland, Northern Ireland, I suppose it's the Ulster Fry. The Ulster Fry is the quintessential Northern Irish food, right? And the best way to describe an Ulster Fry is, if you've ever had a heart attack, that feeling just before you have the heart attack, that's the feeling you get after you've finished an Ulster Fry. The profuse sweating, the kind of inability to breathe, the pain going down your left hand arm, that kind of shooting agony where you feel like you're about to die. Yeah, that's an Ulster Fry. and it's glorious. It's one of the most glorious experiences you can. Because an Ulster Fry consists of bacon, sausages, eggs. Some people have fried mushrooms, some people don't. I personally don't. Potato bread, soda bread, baked beans, and fried tomatoes. Right, you cut the tomato in half and you fry the tomato, each half of the tomato. And the some places will give you toast with it as well, but it's rare to have the ones with toast. Mainly it's bacon, and a good Ulster Fry has 8 or more rashers of bacon, with 6 or more sausages, 4 or more slices of potato bread, and each slice of potato bread, which is like that big, but like only like that thin, like really thin. What you do is you cook the bacon, then you take the fat from cooking the bacon and put it into a frying pan. You cook your sausages in there, then you take the sausages out. You cook your potato bread and your soda bread in the fat. Then you take those out. Then you cook the eggs in what's left of the fat. Then you take the eggs out. Then you cook. Oh yeah, and there's black and white pudding if you want it, but a lot of people don't go for black and white pudding because black and white pudding is literally fried blood.
The other stuff we have that has the mashed potatoes.
The hash browns. There's also hash browns in
hash
there.
browns.
And then so your egg is fried in it. Then you take the egg out. Then you fry the tomato and the mushrooms in what's left of the fat, and then all of that is just put onto your plate, and you've got this massive plate of 8 or more pieces of bacon, 6 or more pieces of sausages, 4 more potato breads, 2 soda breads, baked beans, tomato, eggs, usually 2 or 3 eggs, then hash browns, and then with the black and white pudding as well. You've got like a plate like that big, and it's full, and it's mounted up like that high with just fried goods.
There's also another meal as well that has potatoes, lamb, or beef.
Oh, you mean the Irish stew?
Irish stew.
Yeah, Irish stew is really nice, but the thing with Irish stew is Derry has a speciality for Irish stew, right? The rest of Ireland and the rest of Northern Ireland, you get Irish stew, and it's lamb or and pork or beef, mince, right, with potatoes and swedes, turnip, carrots, and it's a very thick kind of.
We've got a
couple more hours yet to go. Granddaughter, so good to go. And then you have the mince mixed in with it, and the mince is usually in like chunks. Like, it's really good, right? But the way the folks in Derry do it is so much better, because you have half Irish stew and then half chicken curry, and the two mixed together with some vinegar over the top is just fucking amazing. Like, it's so filling. It's so bad for you because there's like at least a bottle of salt in there, but it's so good. And with the chicken curry as well, oh, it's amazing. It's really, really good. Like, it's bad for you. It's bad for you, but it keeps you going for like all day. Have it for breakfast and you're good. Source-wise, yeah, there's something we call Southwest. And Southwest varies heavily depending on where you get it. And there's no particular reason that it's called Southwest. But it's kind of a mixture of salad dressing or mayonnaise and chili sauce. Bit of taco sauce in there. It's basically all of the different sauces mixed into one, and we call it Southwest sauce for some reason. I don't know why, but it's really good. Yeah. But speaking of breakfast, we don't get a lot of spots up here. It's something about a bacon and egg and cheese with butter jelly. So fat, but so good. Yeah. What do you mean by butter jelly? What? What is a butter jelly?
Butter and jelly, maybe?
Butter and jelly, maybe? Yeah, Irish stew keeps for ages.
Irish stew,
Never goes
Eli
off.
likes it with chicken curry.
Mm-hmm. You're not so keen on it with the chicken curry, are you?
No, I prefer mine doused in vinegar.
Just doused in vinegar.
Yeah.
Oh, butter and jelly on. Okay, so it's, and by jelly, I'm assuming you mean like jam, is what we
Yeah,
call
That
it.
was
it'd
the
be jam.
cheekiest
Yeah,
giggle that we'll
yeah.
hear this whole time.
Bacon, egg, cheese, butter, and jam. See, doesn't sound too bad. Doesn't sound too bad. Uh, it would depend on the jelly for me. Like if it was one of the like a raspberry jelly or a blackcurrant jelly, then yeah, that would probably be quite nice. But if it was like
Yeah.
strawberry, I wouldn't be keen on it if it was strawberry because strawberry's not got really much flavour to it. It'd just be sweet. But
Well, if I could, I would have hummus and
yeah,
blackcurrant jam.
hummus and blackcurrant jam is fantastic,
Oh.
especially with bacon.
I am
And
gonna
when I
have
say jam, I
baked
mean
jam.
what you guys call jelly.
Yeah,
yeah, I am gonna have to try that sometime because I love hummus.
yeah. Hummus is fantastic with jam or jelly.
Hummus is fantastic with everything.
Yeah, hummus is fantastic with everything.
Even
Hummus is
with a
amazing.
spoon.
Yeah, I actually
Yeah.
I prefer using hummus instead of like butter on bread.
Yeah.
Like I tend to take the hummus and spread it like it's butter, and then
Oh wow.
a lot thicker than butter.
Hummus.
A lot thicker.
What you could do is get a toast, put hummus on it, and then sprinkle chili powder on it.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah. There's
Oh wow.
what's that? Acha masala?
Yeah.
Acha masala. Oh man. Acha masala with um hummus. You get the hummus, you get your toast, you spread a shitload of hummus over the top of it, like half a pot of hummus over the top of this one slice of bread, toast. And then you get acha masala and sprinkle it over the top. And you get this kind of super spicy, super hot kind of hummus toast. It's so
Acha
good.
masala is actually used in pickling,
Yeah, it's a
say,
pickling spice.
pickling chilies or
Turmeric.
turmeric root is what I mean. And anything really, any vegetables you want to pickle, you would use acha masala, but it's really nice when you sprinkle it on freshly buttered toast or on hummus. And yeah, I have to get my parents to send me stuff. Let me see if I can find a. There we go.
Masala. It's yeah, it's pickle masala is what you'd look for if you were looking on Amazon or something like that. But it's one of those things. Like a weird spread for toast here would be to go to Trader Joe's and get cookie butter. Cookie butter. What the
hell is
fuck is
cookie
cookie butter? That sounds
That's where super
weird.
diabetes comes from.
Yeah. Sounds weird.
Every time I hear Trader Joe, all I think about is 7 Days
7
to Die.
Days to Die, yeah, with Trader Joel's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep calling Trader Joe's Trader Joel's. It's going to be really embarrassing when I go over to America and say, "Hey, can you take us to Trader Joel's?" And they'll be like, "You mean Trader Joe's?" And I'll be like, "Yeah,
What I'm going to do
same
is
thing."
find the recipe for acha masala
Yeah.
because I think it would be something that Des would be interested in making.
Oh yeah, definitely. I highly recommend it. It's really, really good.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot because
Yeah.
you know, I've got the itch.
Yeah, with
They have cream for that.
yeah, there's creams for that. But yeah, achi masala, it's kind of, there's a lot of, there's oil in it as well to carry the flavors. If you scroll down, Liddy. But it's got split yellow mustard seeds, crushed fenugreek seeds, asafoetida, red chili up at the top. There's the eggs. Red chili powder, turmeric powder, salt, and oil.
Yep.
And you dry roast the salt, and then put the oil in. Add the mustard seeds, the different things, mix it well, and then leave it to cook for about 10 minutes. It's
do you want me to
really
put it
tasty.
in Twitch?
Yeah, you can put that in Twitch.
Okay.
That's probably good. But like, I don't know if you guys know about Ras Al Hanout, the
There you go.
Moroccan spice.
It's in the
Yeah, there's
chat.
the recipe in chat. Yeah, there's a Moroccan spice called Ras Al Hanout. It literally means top shelf spices, and it's basically a mix of all their best quality spices. And everywhere you go to does a different mixture, right? And most of the places in the West where you buy Ras Al Hanout, it will have salt mixed into it, which is the really cheap, shittiest version you can get. Proper Ras Al Hanout does not have salt. But like achi masala, depending on which company you get it from, depends on the quality, it depends on the aromatics, the mixtures. It's really good. Yeah, what is cookie butter, Shadow? Because cookie butter, that sounds very weird. It sounds interesting.
Kind of nice, but
it's
weird.
kind of nice, but weird as well.
That's
Is that
something
like
I've never heard of.
Yeah, because I mean, if it's anything like what we used to do with butter, which is you get butter and then you get like hot chocolate powder and mix the butter and the hot chocolate powder and then spread that over a piece of bread. It's really good.
Is that
That actually sounds really good.
It's really, really
It
good.
is so good.
It's really good.
Des, is cookie butter a DC thing or is it just a Trader Joe thing?
I actually don't know what cookie butter is either.
Cookie butter is okay. Okay. Now we have to look up what cookie butter is. Nidhi, you must go searching for cookie
do my
butter.
thing.
Do your research. Yeah. Cookie butter spread. There it is. Okay. Oh, it's literally right. It's made from ground up spices and butter. Okay, yeah, that sounds really good actually. That sounds like Lotus do one. Oh, so it's like you crush up cookies with spices and butter.
She
Sounds really good. Like I'd be willing to give that a go.
Do we have a look on Amazon?
Just a random try thing. Yeah. No, we've got it at Tesco's. I've seen it at Tesco's. I just didn't realize what it was. I was like, why is there Lotus Bischoff in a jar? But yeah, cookie butter sounds like, yeah, okay, yeah. That's we're getting some, I take it. Yeah, okay, we're gonna get some and try that. But yeah, we're gonna give that a go, Shadow. Thank you. We'll give that a go.
Oh, just a random try. Okay.
You must report back.
Yeah, we will report back on whether we like that or not.
I shall write this down. Must report.
Yes, must report back on.
Must report to Wenchy.
We report to Wenchy about cookie butter, so she knows to try it or not. I'm assuming it's quite sweet. Shadow. Like sweet and fatty. I mean, that's 90% of all nice desserts is sweet and fat.
We could do this in a proper scientific format. You have your height.
Just do a stream of us sitting there going, right now we're going to try. Just take a tiny little. Yes, there's definite almond tones in this one. Yeah. And
no, what you need, you need the scientific glasses.
Yeah,
you need to write down a hypothesis, materials, write down how you're going to do it, and then do the what's the thing at the end? The conclusion.
Yeah, we need a Bunsen burner, not for any reason, just to have a Bunsen burner
but you
burning
need to
in the
draw
background.
down the tools you're using as well. Yeah.
Well, you could use a Bunsen
Lab coat and
burner to
glasses,
heat up
exactly,
your
Shadow.
tea.
Yeah,
We've got the glasses.
the glasses. Yeah, yeah. I can even put on a gas mask while I'm doing this. They're like, oh, no, we're going to try putting this on here.
Professor Vader.
Yeah, Professor Vader. Yeah.
Oh.
But in fact, I'll be back in one moment because I'm going to go and get them.
I can hear Shadow just
Yeah.
laughing in the background. I would die laughing. Well, I'd rather you not die, but we've got the gas mask.
Thank you for telling us about cookie butter, Shadow.
Ignore the mess in the background. We're actually in the midst of trying to rearrange the flat.
Oh my gosh. You want to talk about a mess? Today I
Well,
sanded
you
like
see,
all kinds of
now I
stuff.
don't know where the
I
glasses
I
are,
was
but we could certainly,
I because
with
I'm
the right
redoing the one bedroom
mixture of
to make
things.
like
Yeah.
so I all the baseboards, wooden baseboards, I sanded them all down and then I put putty on them and then I sanded the putty off so to make them all nice and smooth and then
Yeah.
oh my god. So I was like covered in sanding
Yeah.
dust and I had to take like 3 showers today.
Oh joy. Yeah, our flat is so small. We are still living out of boxes.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd take everything out of the box, give everything a dust, try and figure out what we're going to chuck out, and then box everything else back up.
Yeah, you can't have a Bunsen burner stream without a science stream without a Bunsen burner
And you can't
for no
have,
reason.
you
Just
can't do it without Bunsen and Beaker from the Muppet Babies.
Yeah, and I mean, and you could have the Bunsen burner just like so. I think somebody said it. You could just have it keeping your tea warm. You
yeah,
know.
Yeah.
yeah, just cook our tea over it. There's a fucking hell. That reminds me. There's a channel on YouTube that keeps popping up on my fucking feed. I've never subscribed to this motherfucker, but his fucking videos keep popping up on my goddamn feed, right? And it's this thing where he takes random metal things, right, and turns them into knives. He takes ball bearings and he'll make like Damascus steel ball bearing knives out of it and things like that. But what he does is every time he does the metal, right? Like the latest one he did was like when you're grinding, you get the little shards of metal come off, and eventually, if you leave it long enough, you end up with this basically little pyramid of metal filings and dust that's built up. Well, he took this and he put it into like a little tube that he'd welded the bottom on, and then he filled it up with this stuff. And then every single time he gets some chilies, and he throws the chilies in with whatever it is that he's cooking. So when it was nails, there was nails and there was some chilies thrown in there. When it was the ball bearings, he'd put some chilies in there, and then he'd seal the top, shake it around, and then stick it in the furnace to melt all the metal in with the chilies. And I just don't know why. Like, it's his thing. All of his knives are made with chilies in the knife. It's such a weird thing. Like, I suppose it's adding carbon, because when they burn, they turn into
Yeah.
carbon.
It would be adding carbon for
But
sure. That's funny.
it's such a weird thing because it's always the chili and he's always there and he always starts to put it in the furnace and he's like, oh, no, open it up, put the chili in, weld the
This
thing
is
back
kind
up,
of a
stick it in.
morbid thought, but if you stab or cut somebody with one of those, would it sting?
Probably not. I'm assuming that the heat, like the gas out of the gas mask,
The heat would
destroy the capsicum. I'm
capsicum
assuming
in.
it would destroy the capsicum in there. I mean, maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's just this very thin, small amount of capsicum on the surface of the blade.
Oh, please don't stab yourself, people who have this.
But that's one other thing. If you guys like tea, and I know not many Americans actually like tea, but I mean tea, not that fucking sweet shit they do in the South. I mean real actual tea,
Hot tea.
hot tea, not iced tea.
Or powdered tea.
Although iced tea is a very good rapper.
Yes, he is.
In fact, he's my preferred rapper. He's my rapper of choice. If I had to be rapped, that would be the person I would prefer to be rapped by. But
metal as well.
yeah, and he likes metal as well. It's one of the reasons I like iced tea. But no, iced tea. No, iced tea's it's too
There's
sweet.
good iced. See, that's the thing. Again, like if you're talking about southern iced tea, then yeah, can be some really sweet iced tea. But like I make a mint iced tea that
God, that sounds so good.
that is fucking amazing, and it allows the mint is what comes through. Not there's a little bit of sweet to take away the bitter of the tea, but that's it. Like it's just to counteract that bitter, and then all you really taste is mint.
Here's the thing, right? A lot of the bitterness that people get from tea is they've used too hot water for the tea that they're using. Like if you find that black tea is too bitter for you, just do it in just get the temperature up instead of 100 degrees Celsius. Just bring it up to like 90. And it's amazing. The difference the heat makes to the flavor of the tea is wild. But the reason I was suggesting... Karen.
Well, the mint tea I make in the sun, so it doesn't boil. I just put the tea bags in... I just put the tea in water and then set it on the porch for the day. And the sun, like sun tea is what we call it.
Yeah, we call it sun tea. Yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, that would get quite bitter just because it's steeping for so long, I suppose.
It steeps for a long time, but you need to do that to pull the really heavy mint flavor out.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I assume those a bit of lemon in there as well. Some of them would put lemon in there and different flavors like that.
I definitely agree with you that most American food is too sugary, especially for non-American people.
I wonder if the sweet tea that is in the south is as sweet as how Indians have their tea.
No, it's sweeter.
Sweet. Jeez.
Yeah, no, Indian chai, which is very sweet usually.
Remember now they have a teaspoon of of sugar, but the grains, the sugar cubes are big.
They're big, chunky pieces of grains of sugar, and they're also brown sugar as opposed to white sugar. But no, I had a friend at uni who made me some southern iced tea. He was from Texas, and it was I couldn't drink it. Like it was just way too sweet, way too sweet, like sweeter than Coca-Cola. Sweeter than fucking Mountain Dew. Actually, it was like I can if the sweet iced tea in Texas is anything to go by, I can understand why people would think Mountain Dew is healthier. It's crazy.
Well, there's a reason why Texas is. They say things are done bigger in Texas. There's a because there's so much sweet tea. I mean, just the South in general, like sweet tea. Like up in the North in Yankee Land, when we brew our tea, most of the time we don't sweeten it. Like it's unsweetened, and then you let the person you give the tea to, they sweeten it to their personal taste,
Right.
So most of the tea that I brew is actually unsweetened, and then if you want to sweeten it a little bit, you'll put a little bit of sugar in there.
Yeah.
But down south, if you get iced tea, if you order iced tea, so this will be an easy way to explain it. If you're down in Florida and you order iced tea, you're just going to get sweet tea. If
Right.
you're up in like Massachusetts and you order iced tea, your server is going to say sweet or unsweet.
Right. Okay.
Right.
And then so if you get sweet, it probably still won't be as sweet as the tea in Florida, but you can also get unsweet and then use,
Yeah.
a
Right.
sugar
That's
packet.
why Southern sweet tea is also cloudy, because it's all the sugar that makes it so cloudy.
Yeah,
Right.
and like an actual good sweet, a good like brewed tea, I agree with you, Eli. You don't actually need to put sugar in.
No.
Like
No.
if you make a good iced tea, you don't even need to put sugar in it.
Mm. Yeah, there's one thing that we do in the UK that I know you guys don't do that much in the US, and that's put milk in the tea. We put milk in tea, we put milk in coffee. You guys use creamer in your coffee more than anything like that, and that's just not done here. We don't use creamer in coffee very often.
We have creamer in the
We
stores,
have creamer
but
in the stores, but it's
you either drink your coffee black or you drink it with milk.
yeah, you either drink it with black or with milk. There's no
Same
in
I
with
between.
tea.
actually prefer milk to the creamer, because the
Yeah.
Yeah.
creamer is too sweet.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
put if I put anything in my tea or coffee, it's milk as well.
Yeah.
And
Well, the way we have our tea here, the way me and Niddy have our tea, is we use chai tea bags, which are spiced tea, right? And then we put like a quarter of a teaspoon of cayenne pepper in as well.
And occasionally I'll put some of the chai masala that my mum makes.
Yeah, or she'll put a little bit of the chai masala that Niddy's mum makes as well in there. And dude, once I started having cayenne pepper in my tea, I can't have tea without cayenne pepper now.
I know, you guys have done that to me too.
Yeah, we did do that to
We
you, didn't we?
started have the reason we have the cayenne pepper in there is because it actually helps Eli's
Stomach.
stomach lining.
Yeah,
And cayenne pepper and chocolate.
Oh
oh
God,
Chocolate.
yeah, cayenne
yes.
pepper and hot chocolate is amazing.
Was it Aztec or Mayan?
Yeah, it was the Mayans and the
Yeah.
Aztecs used to put. It was the Mayans used to
Mayan.
put chili in with their hot chocolate. Now their hot chocolate was different. It had like it was almost green in color rather than brown in color, and it had a thick kind of layer of foam at the top. That you kind of moved to the side to drink the liquid that was underneath because the foam wasn't really edible. But yeah, we tried doing hot chocolate with cayenne pepper and dude, it is so good.
Thank you.
Thank you for the follow, Shadow. Welcome to the Horde. All are welcome here. Yeah, welcome. We usually play some 7 days and random games like that, but
And we have a lovely Discord as well.
and we have a lovely Discord as well. You're always well. I think you're actually on our Discord.
He's actually in there.
Yeah, I know you're in there because
Oh,
that's where
okay.
you and BHC usually chat when you're playing games while he's streaming. But yeah, if you ever see us in there, you're more than welcome to drop in and chat, dude. If you want to jump in and chat now, you're more than welcome to come join us and chat now.
My Twitch crashed before I could follow.
No worries. Yeah, hot chocolate with cayenne pepper. I recommend it. If you guys haven't tried hot chocolate and cayenne pepper, go do it.
It's amazing.
It's really, really good. Yeah, I mean, we like weird combinations of things like that. But yeah, I think like there's a big part of the problem with why everyone says everything's bigger in Texas as well is the amount of growth hormones that's in their beef in Texas is like that passes down. I think they did a study on high school children in Texas, and they were comparing high school children in Texas to high school children in New York, right? And they did blood tests between the two lots, and they found that the amount of growth hormones in the high school children in Texas was something like 20 times higher than the growth hormones in kids from New York.
Oh my goodness.
And that's just from the food, the growth hormones filtering through to the food down the food chain, you know. But like 20 times higher is insane. Oh, boba tea? Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talk about boba tea.
My nieces love it.
Mm. Yeah, there's a place in town that does it.
Cantallo.
Cantello. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go there. I want to
Okay.
drag you along, just
Dragon.
get all the boba
Do we
tea.
have to go to Chantello though? Like, don't like Chantello. But yeah, no, it's yeah. There's some weird misconceptions with food as well. Like,
Oh, but another difference. Their bacon compared to our
oh
bacon.
God, yeah. We whenever you guys talk about bacon, right? What you guys call bacon in the US, we call streaky bacon, and we're not that keen on it. Whereas bacon here is more, there's far less fat on our bacon because it's usually, what is it, the back bacon, is it?
Yeah.
Where it's like you get the bacon medallions that are like that big, and then you get a tiny little bit of the streaky bacon that comes out that way. But the US bacon's this long, thin, streaky bacon stuff, and yeah, it's not that popular here, and the amount yours shrinks when it's cooked. Like you watch all these programs where they're cooking it, and it starts off this long, thin strip, and they cook it, and it just shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. And
Shoulder back bacon.
Oh, shoulder back bacon. Right. Yeah, yeah. But that's the bacon we tend to use. The rest of it, that bit, the streaky bacon, where you get the streaky bacon from, we actually use that in. There's a type of pork roast you can get, and we do a lot of the, what is it, the what do they call it? Is it belly bacon, belly pork or something?
Belly pork.
Yeah, pork bellies.
Pork bellies.
Pork bellies. That's it. And that's where we use
Pork
that from.
belly.
But yeah, it's weird how there's a lot of it. Like, ours is, I don't know. Do you guys call it Danish bacon, where it's from the shoulder back? Because
I'm not sure.
That's the term for it here, is the Danish style bacon here. But we always smother ours in chili sauce and maple syrup, and then cook it in the under the grill, so it gets all nice and crispy. And then you flip it over, put more chili powder and more maple syrup on it, and then cook it.
Yours is not the same as Canadian bacon, correct?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Oh, you got to see the different better cuts of bacon. Yeah. Yeah, so Shadow, which would be your preference of the cut of bacon then? When you went to the farmer market, which one did you think was the best one, or did you try them out? Yeah, definitely try. Anyone who hasn't tried maple syrup with crushed black pepper or chili powder with maple syrup on it before you toast it. And I prefer toasted bacon to fried bacon, because I like to capture all the fat in the bottom of the grill when it's been toasted. And then I take some bread, and you soak the bread in the fat on both sides, and then you toast the bread under the grill on both sides, and then you have the bacon on top of it, and it's really good. It's really, really bad for you, but it's really good. My grandmother taught me to do that. That was my grandmother.
Most good things are bad for you.
Except sex.
That's why they're good.
You drink the Yorkshire colonist tea.
I mean, I special order it, dude. I love Yorkshire tea, but you can't get it over here, so I order it from the UK. So it costs me way more money than what it should for what it is, but I just
How much does
like
it cost to send for you to get it sent over?
Mm-hmm.
I have to check because I usually order in a huge container,
Right.
so I only have to do it like once every. I think the stuff. Well, I drink more tea now than what I ever have, because it
Is yours in tea bags or is it loose?
It's tea bags.
Right. Okay. How many tea bags would you say come in one of your shipments?
Oh, I think I get like 200 or something like that, maybe
Okay, so
300.
that's a small box of tea.
Yeah, yeah, it's yeah. I mean,
That's a
it's
small
one.
box of tea.
It's me,
Yeah.
So
Yeah. 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 Because we could probably send you one of the 280s for like they cost us like what, £3 for a box. They're 280. And then it's just the cost of postage on top of that, which is probably going to be the main thing that costs.
I'm just going to go and have a
But
look online.
yeah, he's going to literally look on Tesco's.
I don't know why I'm whispering. It's in case there are any tea
They're
leaves.
listening. They're listening.
Where
Yorkshire
do
tea.
I?
Just type in Yorkshire tea up at the top. Cross.
Yeah.
There.
Okay,
Type in
Yorkshire
I've
Yorkshire
tea.
tea.
learned about so many new tasty things from you guys.
You like the leaner cuts, Shadow? Yeah, me too. I definitely prefer the leaner cuts. Yeah, so oh wow, that's massively gone up in price since the last time. 210s are £4.50. So what, $6 for 210? This?
so for
Bye,
me,
Ruckus.
yeah, it's 10. It would be 10 pounds basically for an 80 count.
Right, £10 for 80.
Yes, for 80.
Jesus, wow. Yeah. Take care, Ruckus. Thank you for dropping by, dude.
Thank you, Polly.
Okay, so how much? That's for 656 grams. That's under the 2K limit. So if we sent it to you, it would probably cost about £8, maybe £9 for 210 tea bags. So it might be cheaper for us just to send you them, dude. It might be cheaper. We just get a bunch of them. Keep going down and see if they do a bigger box than that. Because I'm sure they used to do a really big, like, kilogram box.
I could try Sainsbury's.
480s, there it is.
This one?
480s, 1.5 kilogram, £9.50 for 480 tea bags.
Yeah, that would be
Enough to last you a while.
yeah, because I mix coffee in too. I mean, it's got to be decaf though. That's the thing, like because I can't have caffeine.
Wait,
Okay, let me have a look at the decaf,
you
please.
mix coffee into your tea?
No.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
Some days I drink coffee, some days I drink tea.
I was about to say that is
get-
quite possibly the most disgusting thing I've ever
Oh my god,
heard.
yeah, no, that would be
Do you
terrible.
get decaf tea? Do you have your Yorkshire tea
Hold on.
decaf or caffeinated?
Decaf. Everything I drink is decaffeinated.
I
Right,
dip
okay.
a chai
That'd have to
tea
be
bag
that
into
one.
my
That
coffee.
one, okay, that's not as good. Yeah, that's slightly more expensive. It's about £10 for a kilogram. Yeah. Well, we can look at Sainsbury's next time we go around. We'll see what the prices are, because we can always send them some, just as a big chunk.
I know, but because it's a
Yeah. It's awkward for us as well, Shadow, because some people here still use pounds and ounces. And a lot of our measurements, like if you order meat, it's in pounds and ounces. But if you order like rice, it's in grams and kilograms. So yeah, trust me. You guys think you guys have got it bad where you're using an archaic measuring form that's completely insane and doesn't work? We use two archaic measuring forms that don't work and mix them together so that you're left there going, well, I have no fucking clue. And we've got our fucking currencies named pounds as well, so it's really fucking annoying.
okay, so
Yeah.
Yorkshire tea is 164.
Give your foot.
Ow.
Okay. Yeah, same price as Tesco's.
Okay.
So yeah, we get it from Tesco's. But yeah, oh no, it's completely messy. It's really annoying. It's one of the things that really annoys me. My grandmother hates it because she grew up before kilograms and grams were brought in. So everything that she was pints, gallons, fluid ounces, pounds, and stones. Right, that was the weight that she understood. That was what everything was for her. And then in the mid 70s, the UK government suddenly went, you know what would be fun? Let's just change everything. Let's just completely redo all weights and all measurements, but leave some of them the way they were. Like, we'll have meat in pounds and ounces. We'll do burgers in pounds and ounces. We'll do fish in pounds and ounces. But everything else in grams and kilograms. You know, they're going, why? Like, because it makes more sense that way. How does it make more sense that way? Because you can't sell someone a 500-gram burger. They want a pound burger. It's like, but okay, then why are you changing rice? Like, why can't I just buy a pound of rice? No. It's got to be in kilograms. You've got to have 500 grams of rice. What the why? And then you look at the milk. Milk comes in pints. Hello, Mr. BHC. So it's like, yeah, you buy a pint of milk, or you buy a litre of milk, or, and it's like, well, hold on a second. So what you're saying is no signal. Oh, Mr. PHC has no signal. No. Your camera is not on. That's the problem I was having with. Hello, Sissy. How are you?
Hey, Sissy.
Good.
You're good. I'm glad to hear it, Sissy. What have you been doing today, Sissy?
Playing.
Oh, you've been playing a lot. Oh, yeah, we don't tend to do gallons of milk. We do like liters of milk and then multiple liters of milk. So the smallest you get is a pint of milk. Then you get a liter of milk. Then you get 2 liters of milk. Then you get 3 liters of milk. And that's the order. Hello, Sissy, we see you. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Sissy. You should turn around and boop your daddy's nose. Yay! Yeah, it's very confusing with milk. They always do weird things. Yeah. Do you like your daddy's beard, Sissy? Do you like your daddy's beard? Yeah, I know he's got a funny face. Good, very funny face. It's okay, because we all have funny faces here. Oh, that's it. Sissy.
And then she ran away.
And then she's gone. Yeah.
I was like, why is there no camera? Oh, it wants to use the game capture card as the camera. I was like, yeah, because it's a camera. Of course.
Yeah, makes total sense.
Poro.
But hello, Poro. You're up late. One moment, Mr. Basic. Should be better.
Oh.
There we go.
My camera looks like crap.
I know. I don't know what it is. Like, the cameras look really bad at the moment for some reason. Sissy is eating candies.
She's eating a Lunchable for some reason. She's like, I had pizza for dinner. And then she opened that. And I was like, so why are you eating that?
Okay. No, maybe she's hungry.
I'm starving.
Starving. I need to have more food. You need to feed me more. I am growing. Yeah.
You can't, or I can't sleep.
Oh, you can't sleep? I'm sorry to hear that, Poro.
So yeah, we've been talking about food.
Weird
and
measurements.
food
3 hours.
Yeah, from your side of the world and our side of the world. So that's been fun. We started talking about gaming, and then it kind of
that petered out pretty quickly. Actually.
Food is life. Yeah.
Food
Without
is life.
food, you can't game.
Yeah, what happened was someone mentioned mambo sauce, and then that's what happened. Is mambo sauce
That
turned into everything else?
Was a shadow.
Yep, it was.
It was Shadow.
Yeah.
Naughty man.
Don't
But
worry
not
about it.
only
That's the
was
joy of Grit GGS. We talk about whatever we want to talk about.
and that's the funny thing is not only does someone randomly from DC show up and start talking about mambo sauce, which happens to be a topic that I'm very knowledgeable on, but then it just kind of spawned like all of this other stuff, you know.
Mm. Meaty, wave to Sissy.
Eli,
Yes, Sissy. Look,
I never
Nitty's
I
hand.
never
Nitty's hands. See? You were saying, sorry, Sissy.
I never seen you before.
Oh, I know. I know, look, see? Me and your daddy both got beards. Oh.
You've got a black beard now.
Yeah, now, and look, see? Yeah. Shadow says
Yeah.
hello as well. Shadow says hello.
There's a cat here.
Look, Nitty's got cat ears.
I want to see Nitty's face.
She's trying to move across. She says, hello. Yeah, she sat all the way over
I'm
there.
very shy.
She's very shy. She doesn't like having her face on camera. But, yes. Yeah, we did. We talked about a lot of different foodstuffs. So, Sissy, what's your favourite food?
Salad?
You like salad? That's your favourite food is salad? What? Not pizza? You prefer salad to pizza? Wow.
Pepperoni.
Ah, pepperoni. Okay. Yeah. Everybody likes pepperoni. Except for vegetarians, and they're weird.
I mean, they try with their fake pepperoni, but they just don't get it.
Well, now there's a couple of vegetarian options that we get over here that's by a company called Quorn, Quorn, and depending how it's cooked.
Eli,
Yeah.
what's your favorite animal?
Probably the lion. I like
Well,
lions.
Only for 2 days, a dog came over to our house.
Oh. Okay. What type of doggy was it?
A big white dog.
It was a big white dog. Ah, good. Did you play fetch with it?
Well, that day my sister was there. There was stuff in her bowl, so Nadia took them out.
Ah.
There were 2.
Ah, cool.
Justin has 2 dogs.
Ah, Justin has 2 dogs. I see.
One day the brown one came.
Right. And did it eat all your food?
No,
You sure you didn't feed it food?
I didn't.
You sure you look like you fed the doggies food? You've got that look. You see, you did feed the doggies food. I knew it. You were feeding them. Good girl. You should have fed the dogs food. I mean, how do they grow up to be big, strong puppies if they don't get fed food?
Only one time.
Only one time? Only one. What did you feed them?
Bread.
It was bread.
Pizza.
Ah. It was the crust of the pizza.
Pepperoni.
Ah.
Pepperoni.
Yes, she is indeed, Christine. She is a sweetie. Her dad's about to steal her head, though. So what, did you go over to Nana's?
Yes.
Ah, good.
Yesterday I went to Mimi's after Mimi's.
Right. Are you feeling better now?
Do you like cheese?
I do like cheese. Niddy likes cheese too.
Yep. I eat all the cheese.
We both like cheese. We've been talking about food a lot, and I'm now very hungry.
Maybe I have cheese.
Oh, I'm glad. You
Ah.
should eat it all up.
Cheese is good for you. So's pizza. Pizza's good for you.
That's it. You push your dad out the way.
Yeah. This is the Sissy show, not the daddy show. Begun, daddy, begun. But yeah. No, it's amazing how quickly GGS descends into talking about food.
He's trying to get me.
He will. I'll have to poke his ear.
Maybe you should have called this the food sessions.
Food sessions. Yeah, we always end up talking about food.
He's going to play a
green grapes.
game.
Yeah, green grapes. Yeah, well, that's the thing with green grapes is it's always we talk about a wide variety of different things.
Yeah, and the fact that the other thing I like about it is
cheese.
we speak to people from all around the world,
Yeah, we
so
try
we
to-
get
yeah.
their perspectives.
Yeah, because it's important to get a lot of different people's perspectives. But yeah, talking about corn. Hello, Realism. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, I can't spell.
Niddy cannot spell. It is the bringer of the Vikings, the builders of castles, and the saint of whiskey, Realism Games.
As opposed to Realist BHC.
Good. It is as opposed to the Realist BHC, who is the bringer of all that is pants. So, yes.
I'm actually wearing pants for a
Yeah,
change.
you're actually wearing pants for a change. It's probably a good thing because,
21 degrees outside.
yeah, it's 21 degrees outside. It's probably a very good idea to wear pants. Yeah. It's been chilly here too. Nitty's wearing a hoodie at the moment. I'm still in my t-shirt because I'm in a t-shirt whether it's 90 degrees or 5 degrees.
I couldn't decide if I wanted the Cobble Royals hoodie or the Clan hoodie.
Should get one that says Cobble Girls under the clan logo.
Oh yeah.
Is that what's known as a Captain Crunch bar?
I think so. They just call it Crunch now.
Oh, they just call it
Captain's
Crunch.
Crunch.
That's a cracker.
No, Captain Crunch is a cereal.
Oh, Captain Crunch is a cereal, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Crunch bars are just rice chocolate bars.
That's like the Kellogg's bars.
Okay, yeah.
She's trying to show you her cracker eyes.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that
She's still
racist?
cute with cracker eyes.
It is if you use a hard
Wow.
R. These are crackers, with
Yeah.
just the A at the end.
It goes hard time back
Now
at
you're
work,
making me
Joey.
want cheese,
How about
and I
you,
don't have
Joey?
any cheese.
Haven't seen you much online.
We've not been online. We've been mainly online during the day, Realism. This is the first late night stream we've done in a very long time. So
How can you not have cheese?
I know, right? It's a sin. I'm
what
being very bad right now.
what happened? Why do you not? I mean, next you're going to tell me you don't have cucumbers to squeeze.
I don't have any cucumbers right now.
You don't have
I-
any cucumbers. You don't have any
I
cheese.
don't.
How can you call yourself wenchies?
I
Right.
know. I forgot to put them on my shopping list when I ordered groceries the other day.
Disapproving.
I know.
Cheese
he's
is the
spanking.
only cheese. And Realism, cheese is amazing. Cheese is the food of the gods.
Yes, it is.
Especially if it's mature cheddar or sharp cheddar, as the Americans call it for some
or I
reason.
just said unbelievably.
Yeah, unbelievable, unbelievable. You can't be having food if you're not having cheese. Cheese goes on everything, sure. We have cheese on cake over here.
Oh wow.
No, we don't. It's disgusting. Cheesecake is foul. Why would you have cheese on cake? Yeah.
Cheddar cheesecake. Not sweet, it's all savory.
Yeah.
Oh, Eli,
savory.
you got to say inconceivable.
One wheel of cheese.
Inconceivable.
That's what he's doing. She's like, I don't want to watch this. It's the same thing. I
It
just
is the
opened it
same
up the
thing.
stream so I could
It's
see
just us
people talking.
talking.
Okay, Christine, you take it easy.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being
No.
here.
Yeah, thank you for dropping by, Christy. Take care. Have a good night. Sleep well. And rest up.
And I hope the pain eases up.
Yes. Yeah. No, so, yeah, Mr. BHC, all you've missed is us talking about food for the last 3 hours.
You did miss a bit, just a
Tiny bit on games we're looking forward to. Tiny, teeny weeny bit at the start.
And Dying Light comes out next Friday.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Yep.
I have not
I
pre-ordered
already
it yet.
bought it.
Yeah, I have not pre-ordered it because I'm holding off pre-ordering it just in case Microsoft turn around and go, "Oh, wait, surprise, it's on the Game Pass," because they've done that
Surprise, it's free now.
4 times now on games that I've pre-ordered.
Oh no.
What's
Yeah.
going on here?
And
You're
we
in front of
talked
the
about
camera.
game devs calling games accessible when they don't mean accessible, they
Mhm.
mean approachable.
You know what? Now that I think about it, I'll post the links for those 2 games I talked about for Kickstarter
Oh,
in
do so.
Discord.
yes.
Actually, post
Put
post
it
links to them in the
Oh, okay. In
chat as
the
well.
then
Twitch
post
chat? Yeah.
Yeah, both, if you wouldn't mind.
Then post them in the games news section, which is
You're not sleeping, you're just going to be playing it, yeah. Game section's there somewhere?
there we go.
I forget and I collapse them, and then I'm trying to find something, and it's like, where
Yeah.
is it? And then it's like, oh, you collapsed it, you dummy.
Isn't there a game news and...
Hold on,
That is it's called Above Snakes. And
Okay.
it's an
There's game news
isometric
articles.
like zombie survival game. It looks really interesting. That's why I backed it. It just looked interesting, like something I've never seen before. You know, I'm not as keen on this one as I am on the other one, Cursed Crew, but this one was
Right.
just like, wow, this looks interesting.
there you go,
One
Des.
moment.
Post it in the game news and articles. It's in the games section. Sorry, just had to make the screen bigger.
One moment. I'm going to put it on stream so people can see it.
She wants me to close the camera. She's being weird.
Turn the volume down in case there's music. But, oh, okay, yeah. This reminds me of a game that Games for Kicks is currently playing. Okay, so harvest resources and...
Well, that's me. Now I'm bald and goofy looking.
Okay, yeah, very similar to a game that Games for Kicks is currently playing. Or was playing, I'm not sure if he still is. Oh, but you can choose the biome you get next to you. Okay.
Yeah, so you actually build the map as you go, and then as you like, there are like quests. So you build the map over to an area where there's a quest, and then the quest will open up.
Okay.
Lens Island.
Lens Island, is that the one that Kicks is playing?
Yeah, Kicks. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks very similar to Lens Island in terms of
Yeah.
like the art style, that type down isometric kind of view to it. Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I can see why that would be worth backing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just one of those things that just, like I said, it looked interesting. I was like, man, I'm you know what? I'm going to throw some money at it. What the hell?
Yeah. And the other one is Cursed Crew.
Correct.
So again, music
I'm
muted.
gonna leave you up. She wants to use the computer for something, but
No worries.
but he wants me to play with him. I only have one headset.
Ah, okay.
No worries, Mr. Beardson. Thank you for dropping by.
Yeah, thank you very much.
She's being weird about it now. Like she was okay a minute ago. She's like, no, turn that off. So now I'm just Saitama, nice and bald.
Yeah.
I can do the
We
serious.
like Saitama. Oh, I'm looking forward to the second theory.
I think I sent you something on Instagram about somebody dressing up like him.
Yes, you did. You did.
That was hilarious.
It's like, dude, if there's a live action version, he should play Saitama.
Oh yeah, he did. He did a good job.
So this one, I'm assuming each of your different crewmates is randomly generated each time you run out, maybe?
Yeah, and you're the captain of this ship,
Right.
and you're trying to release the curse on your ship.
Right. Okay.
So this is the one that's, you can see the art style's very like kind of Oxygen Not Included inspired,
Yeah.
but the like the interactions with the people and the management is more like RimWorld
Yeah, I was
oriented.
thinking like a cross between RimWorld and there's a couple of what's that? Oh, not How to Survive. The other one, Death. That top-down survival where you can end up setting fire to the entire forest if you're not careful.
Yeah, that Don't Starve Together
Don't
or
Starve
Don't
Together.
Starve.
Yeah, Don't Starve. Yeah, so like very like cross between RimWorld and Don't Starve. That last one. And the Lens Island.
LEN'
Yeah,
S.
Lens Island.
Yeah,
Let's see if I
that's
can.
so in the meetup that literally the first sentence is or in one of the sections it just says our three main inspirations are Don't Starve, Faster Than Light, and RimWorld. We're
Right,
big fans of these three games and they can be seen in Curse Crew. Don't
right.
Starve mainly inspired our art, but some inspiration can also be found in the survival aspect of fantasy setting. The core gameplay loop, however, is more similar to Faster Than Light,
Mm.
which is a roguelike.
Yeah.
And then third inspiration comes into play is RimWorld. Um,
Mm.
so where they do like a lot of like day to day stuff because they said like in FTL nothing happens while
Mm.
you're in between events, whereas in RimWorld a whole bunch of like I would argue that the core of RimWorld is what happens between events. You
Mm.
know how you set yourself up to defend the next event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is the Lens game, the Lens Island that I was talking about.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, very very similar to the first one you put up.
Yeah, Above Snakes, the first
Above
one.
Snakes.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. This one it's a predetermined map. So I think the other one brings enough to it that it's like it's a different game. Although this one, I like it. I like the kind of things they've added to it, but it's still there's a lot to it that kind of I'm not that keen on with it. Like it's purely solo, and a lot of these games I wish they were like what's that one that Shiver and Panda play together?
Oh,
Oh,
Dew Valley.
Stardew Valley.
Stardew Valley.
Yeah. Like Stardew Valley, the thing I like about Stardew Valley is the fact that it's co-op and you can play it with a lot of people.
right.
You know, that I'd love that with a game like with this kind of style of graphics. You know what I mean? Because that's the thing that puts me off with Stardew Valley. I just don't like the graphics. You know,
Right. Did you is Craftopia, is that got a co-op element to it?
I believe Craftopia is co-op. Yeah. Let me just check.
I thought I saw it coming to Xbox.
It's on Xbox.
It's
I
on
did a
Xbox
stream.
because I was playing it on. It's on the Game Pass. I was playing
Yeah,
it on Game Pass.
yeah, yeah. It's 2 to 8 co-op.
Because that game was like I didn't. I watched you stream it, and then
Mm.
I one day at work I was like, I'm gonna download it and check it out, and I couldn't put my finger on why I was playing it,
Mm.
but I just kept playing it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it's one of those games. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's you're kind of like, okay, this game's not like it's not like Call of Duty where there's a reason you're playing it. You're playing it to murder other people. It's not like 7 Days where you're playing it to survive and advance and beat lots of zombies. It's not like you know Assassin's Creed, where there's this big, complicated story that you're trying to take part in. You kind of just playing it, and you don't really know why you're playing it. You just are, and it just kind of pulls you in. It's a really weird one, and the amount of stuff you can do in that game is
Yes.
insane.
And I think that's what like they do that, like that reward, that trickle feed of reward,
Mm-hmm.
like so well in that game, because everything that you do like kind of
Leads into
leads into
something else.
something else. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So that's
yeah.
probably it. Like you just are playing it because you're like, okay, well now I can do this. Oh, now I can do this. Oh, now I
Mm-hmm.
can do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. It's kind of crazy with that one. I definitely, uh, I definitely want to go back to Craftopia, but I think it's one that I'd rather. Um, yes, it does look like I've got a pretty bow on the top of my head. That's the wipes we use to wipe our shopping with. Yes, but it's a pretty bow. Oh, lovely realism. Yes, it's lovely. No worries, Shadow. Take care. Thank you for dropping by. Go get yourself some gaming.
All right,
Always
Shadow,
good to
have a
get
good one,
some
buddy.
gaming. Yeah, thank you for dropping by, dude. Very much appreciated.
Get
Um,
coffee.
but yeah, there's that. I think Craftopia is one that I'd enjoy more if I was playing it with other people. Like I found solo to be a little bit drawn out because you needed a lot of stuff to get anywhere with it.
Yeah, yeah, I did notice that you need a lot of things, and with that trickle feed element to the game, it's the progress is
Very slow.
very slow. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's not like 7 days. I think 7 days. If you're playing it solo, the pacing's about right. But with multiple people there, the pacing kind of gets thrown off with 7 days. Like at the start, it's super difficult to survive because you've got so many people to feed. Then as you progress, it gets to the point where you've just got so much food you don't know what to do with. Same with ammunition. Like at the start, it's like, oh god, I found some 7.62. I'm keeping that for me because everyone else is going to need it. Now, damn it, now I've got to share it because they've got none left, and it's difficult. But then you very quickly reach a point when you're playing on the server where it's like, okay, now we've got like 7,000 rounds of 7.62. Even if we all stood in a line firing it all at once and just held the trigger down and reloaded and carried on firing all night, we still wouldn't burn through all the ammo we've got. And I've noticed with the steel as well, like in solo, it's a slow, steady. By like day 28, you've started to look into upgrading your base with steel. By like day 42, your base is steel. You've got steel there. There's a progress there. Whereas on the server, it was like, okay, it's day 14. Day 7, we didn't have concrete. At the start, it was like, wow, we don't even have concrete at day 7. Then by like day 14, I was putting steel in because we've got some steel.
I'm here passively doing like 1400 steel just when I log in, and I'm
Yeah.
constantly making concrete.
Yeah. Now it's just this constant stream of concrete that's popping in, and we've got so many resources going. It's crazy. It definitely reaches the point where it's like, okay, maybe we need to take this to a different biome and build another base in a different biome.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Is we're just going to have to go, and the next horde night that we do after whatever it was, day 35, like the day 42 horde, I'll take us into like the snow biome, build a base there, then, or maybe the desert biome, then do the snow biome, the horde after that, and then do the wasteland after that. Just really crank up the difficulty, But yeah, it is difficult. It is difficult. I think the pacing with 7 days isn't very good. I think Craftopia, perhaps the pacing is a little bit better for groups of people, but not so good for solo.
Yeah, and it would be interesting to get together with a couple of people just to give it a bash and see if it does play out that way.
Yeah, definitely. I'd definitely be willing to give that one a try. I'd definitely like to try that one of the days. Just get us all on and give it a go. Maybe do that for like one of the Saturday games we jump on.
Yeah.
There is one game that I think the pacing, both solo and with multiplayer, works really well. Not as well solo. Like 7 Days solo's perfect. The pacing's just right. Like, I think that's the thing that 7 Days gets right really well, is the solo pacing. But I think, and I hate to say it, but Ark Survival does the group pacing and the solo pacing fairly well.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Like Ark with one player, it's difficult, but you can do it. It's certainly a challenge solo, but you have two people there. Suddenly it's
solo.
Really, yeah, it's boring solo. It's great with like 2 people. With 3 people, it's fantastic. With like 8 people, it's amazing. It's a great game with 8 people. With like you know, I'd love to get a Nitty with a cough. It's really late. This is a family show.
Sorry.
I'd love to get another Ark server up and going. Another one that seems to pace very well with more people is Valheim. I don't know if you've played Valheim yet, Des.
I've played it. I played it quite a bit by myself, but I never played it with a group. But it scales with group, right?
Really scales. Not only scales, but the enemy's health scales. Unfortunately, so does the enemy's damage. So, like when you're solo, you can go up and tank a lot of the damage that you take from a boss. When you're in with a group of people, the boss hits you and you're fucked.
Yeah.
Properly hardcore done. Like it hits you and it just hurts. Which I noticed when I was playing my solo playthrough on it. I was like, oh, this is fun. It's just, oh, look, it's the Broodmother. Oh, come, hit me, Moder, hit me. You can't hurt me. It's fine. I'll stand here and tank your lightning. And then we went on to do it on the server, and Moder hit me, and I was like, ah! Run away!
Mistakes have been made.
Mistakes have been made. It was great. Night Owl with a hydrate. Nitty, you'll need to get a hydrate from the fridge.
Yeah, I think I still have because my Ark server, when I think when I was really kind of getting going with the whole stream thing, I had, like, I think like 3 or 4 people that were playing with me consistently. That's how I met up with Paws. And, I mean, we just had like a really great, like, just group, and everybody really liked to farm stuff, so we always had resources and could always do building and like I would agree that I think Ark is more of a group event than it is a solo event.
Yeah, it really is. Hydrating, Night Owl. So for the moment's hydrating, we have raspberry kombucha with pomegranate. Lovely.
I was having trouble getting out the seat because when I sit on that sofa that Elo's on, my feet don't touch the floor.
Why are my emotes all messed up? Twitch, what have you done to my emotes? Ugh.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with pomegranate.
Oh, I'll have to do. Why my emotes are all messed up? They're all out of order now. Do you guys ever get that with Twitch, where your emotes just get all kinds of off? Really aggravating.
Just draw on Eli.
Yeah, like I know that they're supposed to be like as you use them they pop up and stuff, but that was really annoying. All the ones that I usually use that are always at the top are missing. But oh well. Hello, Mr. Wall.
Yes, he says that all
Good
his
day.
stuff's jumped.
It is the most gallant of owls, the keeper of the clip and the master of the night. It's a job. No do, sir. No do, sir.
I do, thank you. How do
Good,
by
good,
you?
good. Well, we do.
How
We do.
do the voodoo
In a little bit of
you do
pain.
so
Been
well?
sat in the same position for quite a while, and it's starting to hurt.
Yeah, the human body doesn't appreciate
Yeah,
staying
especially with serious back, stomach, and side injury. Yeah, but it is what it is. But yes. Anyway, well, how has your Saturday been, Mr. Nightel? What have you been up to? I've lost audio for some reason.
No? Hello?
No, I have audio back. Nightel's mic was lighting up, but I couldn't hear him. That was weird. Did anybody else hear him?
No, I didn't hear him.
I did not hear him.
No. Okay.
He says, ugh, one sec.
1 second. No worries, Linda. But yeah. Okay, so Def, you're currently still in Vegas, but you're a Cali person. What kind of food? Since we're going back to food, we may as well. What kind of food would you say is quintessentially Vegas? And would you say was really good in Vegas?
I really can't say with Vegas only because like they try to cater to everybody. Because you have all the tourists
Oh yeah,
coming
you got
in,
all the
different
tourists
people
coming
from
in and stuff.
states.
Yeah.
So like you have places for different ethnicities. You have restaurants that are like Brazilian foods. You have Filipino foods, Italian foods. But I personally like certain spots. Like there's a spot called Fat Boy Burger, and they do burgers, burritos, pizza, wings, and all there. The pastrami burgers. I love pastrami burgers, so that's my spot to go to. Or I go to this place called Teriyaki Boy that does pretty good soba bowls, beef and steak soba bowls. Really like
Beef and
that.
steak soba bowls.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, like you could get it's you could get it with either meat or no meat, and they have good noodles, good vegetables. I just get the chicken and steak tossed in there.
Nice. And what about
now you're making me hungry.
Yeah. What about California? What would you consider from where you were, hometown California? Kind of.
I'm from Southern California, so I'm from a city called Pacoima. And Pacoima, it used to be called Revolution Town. People call it Little TJ. I've met people here in Vegas who are from here who are like, oh yeah, I know Pacoima. They call it Little TJ. So it's a bunch of Mexican places. There are some places that are still brick made places, but the distinct thing about Pacoima is it used to be a rich white resort type thing. They'd go there for the dam, they'd boat, and then all the white people left. And then the black people came in, it was all black people, and then um they got factory jobs and stuff, and they all moved out because they got better jobs to move out. Then all the Hispanics came in, and it became nothing but Hispanic and Mexican neighborhoods. So that's had like you have some places that have like catfish restaurants, and then you have down the block just Mexican restaurants, and it's a good variety of places.
Good variety of food there. What about you, Nightel? What would you say would be quintessential your local area's best food?
Oh, well, you got Lou Malnati's Pizza, and Chicago is known for its deep dish, which is an excessive amount of tomatoes on top of thick layers of cheese, and then the most ridiculous rich crust.
Oh yeah, the only Chicago style pizzas we have over here are from Pizza Hut.
those are okay, but I will tell you, while I haven't traveled that much globally, anywhere I've gotten pizza from, they've actually proven scientifically the freshwater resources that are used to go into the cooking of the pizza drastically change the
Change the
flavor.
flavor. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I struggle with I'm not one of those I never sit on one extreme. Well, I shouldn't say never. I rarely, when it comes to food, I rarely sit on one extreme or another. So like New York versus Chicago pizza, like New York, there are good New York pizzas. I'm not going to argue that. Like, you know, and as a connoisseur of pizza, I'll say there's lots of other places that make good pizza too. Heck, there's even good frozen pizza that I can just cook for myself. But yeah, so the brand name is Lou Malnati's. You can get them and Uno's shipped via frozen, but obviously like it's not crazy expensive or anything. But yeah, it's something you'd have to have an acquired taste for. But Pizza Hut's okay. They do it. If the recipe isn't that much different by you versus by me, I would imagine you're kind of getting close to that. And there's pan pizza that Pizza Hut does, and I would say you're not too far off from that. But besides that, Chicago is also known for what we call Italian beef, which you marinate in like au jus, and yeah, that's pretty delicious too. It's really finely cut portions of beef. Couldn't tell you which flank it is of meat, but yeah, and then usually you put some mozzarella on that, and you serve it on some nice French bread. And then some people prefer it. I like it with sweet peppers or green bell peppers. Some people like it with really hot and spicy giardiniera peppers. That's okay. But yeah, those are two. That one, and then the last quintessential item out of Chicago would be the Chicago style hot dog, which definition of Chicago style hot dog is it's a Vienna beef made hot dog
It's
with
a
a
beef
poppy.
hot dog. Okay.
Yep, and it's with a poppy seed hot dog bun, and then you put on um, mustard, onion, pickle, celery salt. If you want to add a little bit of sports hot peppers to it, you can. But the main thing that never goes on a Chicago style dog is ketchup. Ketchup is like if you say that to a Chicagoan, saying you're putting ketchup on the hot dog, which plenty of children and others do, you are stabbing knives into their hearts.
See, I like ketchup on my hot dog.
Ketchup.
Yeah,
most people do.
Yeah, I like my idea of a good hot dog is usually a turkey or chicken hot dog because they're less fatty than the pork ones. I just don't like the fat now. I used to like the pork ones more, but now I've sort of grown up. I prefer the chicken or the turkey ones. But what we tend to do is we take the onions and fry the onions until they're getting very, very black and crispy. And then we put cinnamon powder over the top of them and boil them to finish cooking them off with the water so they're kind of wet and sloppy. With a little bit of vinegar in with the water. Then we add chili to that. Then so you've got chili powder and all the sort of spices with the onions. Then you put that into the bun, and any kind of bun is as long as it's a hot dog bun, long and thin, we don't really care. Usually brioche is the best. Cut lengthways. You put the onions in. You then put the hot dog down. Then you pour the ketchup, brown sauce, and mustard over the top. And that's how we usually have our hot dogs.
So that sounds very familiar. We have and I know it's familiar within Chicago, though I think it actually, at least U.S.-wise, originates out of Wisconsin, specifically in Milwaukee area. It's a Polish pork sausage that you put on. Your bun can vary between the Chicago-style hot dog bun or even what I described for the Italian beef. And then you saute up onions, and then some people they kind of even put like a hint of, it's not caramel, but it's something to glaze and sweeten the onions until they glaze and caramel over. And then again, in the same as you're cooking the onions, you cook up the sweet peppers, and then you put a little bit of ketchup on that, or not ketchup, mustard. And then the other thing that's quintessential to the sausage, sometimes in Chicago they're deep fried, which that's okay. I prefer it grilled up. But what's quintessential to it is it's usually a 12 to 14-inch length of sausage. So
Oh yeah,
usually,
yeah. No, we
usually
want
twice as long as a hot
yeah,
dog in the
yeah,
States.
yeah,
So
yeah. That's we one of the when the Continental Market comes over, we get bratwurst, and it's funny as fuck. You get these buns that are like this long, right? Tiny, tiny little bun, right? And then you get this bratwurst. It's like this long. It's like 4 times longer than the bun, and so you got this huge bratwurst sticking out of this tiny little bun, and then you've got to somehow balance the ketchup and the mustard along the top of your bratwurst.
but it's
And
delicious.
yeah, it's delicious. It's fantastic. Yeah, highly recommend them. But yeah, we were talking about quintessential stuff. Des was talking about mambo sauce from DC, and he was saying that's almost entirely, nowhere else does mambo sauce. And yeah, I was just wondering, what about you, Wenchy? What would be quintessential from where you are? What would be the main dish that is the claim to fame for your area?
Corn. I'm from Indiana, so
From Indiana, so it's corn, right?
yeah.
Just corn.
Actually, a giant pork tenderloin
Yes.
sandwich.
If you weren't gonna say pork tenderloin, I was gonna fly to Indiana and find you and just smack you around.
Well, it depends on the part of Indiana, though. Not all of Indiana is heavy into that.
That's true.
I'm East Central Indiana. I'm Night Owl, if you're familiar with Ball State. That's where I live.
Yeah, I know about where that is.
So it's.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me when Night Owl said, like pizza, because if I would ask my ex-girlfriend what food Illinois is known for, she would have said a pork tenderloin sandwich.
Right.
Yeah, it's proximity to Chicago.
I would
say you should move away from it.
It might be kind of a north midwestern type thing. That the tenderloin is bigger than the bun. The bun looks very tiny on the tenderloin.
Yeah, but if it's cooked right, it's amazing. Especially if they do it in like a barbecue sauce. That's fantastic.
And Ball State is a college. I don't know if I made that clear, but
no, I had no idea. You said Ball State, and I was thinking, Wenchy and cucumbers. I was like, well, I mean, okay.
So just a funny little kind of aside, right? So my ex-girlfriend was from Peoria, Illinois, which is like southern Illinois, like it's downstate from Chicago, right? And like quite a ways. It's not close. But when I would go out there, I would always go and get pork tenderloin. And I was always tell her, like, there's this restaurant in my hometown, which is this shitty little town in central Pennsylvania. It's like there's this restaurant in my hometown, and we have these sandwiches called pigs in a blanket, and they are pork tenderloins. And she was like, no, they're not. You can only get this. So I took her to the shitty little restaurant in my shitty little hometown, and I ordered her a pig in a blanket, and she was like, oh my God, you've been eating pork tenderloins your whole life. And I was like, yeah, I told you, like, like we just didn't call them that. We just called them pigs in a blanket, which is not even what a pig in a blanket is, right? Like pig in a blanket is like a hot dog wrapped with like a croissant or a biscuit. Yeah.
Sausage roll.
Yeah, it's called sausage roll. I'm sorry, it's not pigs in a blanket. We invented that many, many hundreds of years ago, and it's called sausage roll. And it's one of the things that drives us mad is when Americans say, "Oh, I've read this great thing's called pigs in a blanket." I'm like, what is it? And then they tell you, and you're like, you mean sausage roll? They're like, what's that? And I'm like, it's literally what you've described. It's nothing.
But you should know by now that as Americans, we will take stuff, call it our own, and then say we invented it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, just like Christians. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. She's not wrong.
Oh, that's a totally different. Yeah, that's a totally different topic.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you,
No, but funny.
I have
So
to backtrack.
Yeah.
Smack
Sorry.
myself for that one.
no, you're good.
All right, so the thing about my neighborhood too is that we have a factory that makes tamales. It's like 3 blocks from my house. Big factory, tamale factory. And when you're walking by his factory, they have like a bar, stool, table thing, like a whole out system that you can just walk up and order tamales fresh from the factory right there.
Mm.
You know, that sounds good, but there is nothing that beats the awesome abuela who is sitting there making tamales out of her house and then goes on Facebook and sells them to the community because that
Those
is
are my
the best.
neighbors back home.
That
Mm.
is
Those are
the
all my
best kind of
neighbors.
tamale you will ever get anywhere in the world, hands down.
Well, no, because there is a risk. See, the risk is not every batch is great, so you risk having bad diarrhea afterwards.
You are finding all the wrong people because the 3 ones who do it in my neighborhood, I've never had any problems with, and I wait until, and they don't do it year round, and they usually wait until like summer or like warmer months, and the winter months are the worst because
Mm.
there's no hope of ever seeing them.
Mm.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is the parking lot people. Those people are
Those
the
are good.
devil.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, those are a risk, or especially in Chicago, any of the random Meals on Wheel vehicles that just show up at whim
See,
at places.
that's one of the things that in Northern Ireland is pretty consistent. Like if those little sort of vans that turn up that just open their side up and they do cooking, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you come here and you find one of those, generally when they open up and they're doing bacon, their bacon sandwiches are the best bacon
Oh
sandwiches
God,
you can
yes.
get anywhere. Like
Mm-hmm.
just something about the way they do their bacon, something the way that that crispy bacon with a bit of brown sauce on a roll that's fried on the pan that the bacon's been cooked on, and they just throw it all into a bun. And you get this brown paper bag that is greasy as fuck by the time you get away from the fucking van, you know. And you open it up and you tear into the brown paper and you don't even bother like taking the bun out because there's no point because your hands will just end up this slimy, horrible mess. And you just sit there and you just eat the bun straight out of the brown paper bag. And it's amazing. And it's consistent, every single one of them. It's like they've all been to the same school and all had to pass this consistency training, with their bacon baps.
Masterclass.
It's this masterclass of bacon baps. Whereas, like, pizza here ranges from the pizza is either the most foul, disgusting, vile, inedible mess in a box, or it is just like heaven. And you're just eating chunks of heaven. You've just literally reached up and gone, I'll just eat this cloud. It's like, so tasty. I must eat all of it. And then you eat too much and you feel like you've eaten all of hell. That's literally the balance here. It's the pizza is either fucking disgusting and you cannot eat it, or it's amazing. Now, going back to Pizza Hut, our Pizza Hut is one of the absolutely disgusting, like inedible. It's just oil. Like the pan is just oily. It's foul. It's really not good. Now, one of the things that you said that interested me, Night Owl, is that you said that it's the cheese and then the tomato on top.
So with Chicago style or true deep dish and not pan style, so Pizza Hut is only likely, I mean, it's possible they offer Chicago style there, but deep dish is not the same thing, or so pan pizza is not the same thing as Chicago style. So
Right.
true Chicago style is your crust with a layer of cheese. Sometimes they put in like a meat or vegetable depending on that layer, and then between the cheese and then the tomato sauce is even like on your pizza. It's like a thin, just almost a grade above consistency wise of like spaghetti out of a jar sauce. But with Chicago style, it's like chopped up. Like if you don't have like a couple pieces of tomato when you go to bite the pizza, you're not truly having a Chicago style slice of pizza.
Right.
And also the caveat with Chicago style pizza was similar to the comment you made. One slice ideally should be enough to feed you, but if it's right on point and if it's making your mouth water type slice, very few can truly just limit themselves to one slice.
Right. Yeah. We live above a Domino's, and
I thought that's what you had said, that you lived above a pizzeria.
It's their pizzas are disgusting. I made the joke on Twitter this morning. Our Domino's drivers are always smoking huge amounts of cannabis. Maybe that's why their
saw
pizzas.
that.
Well, that's maybe why our pizzas are disgusting. They're all half baked. But it really is like Domino's pizza is again firmly in the worst pizza you're ever going to get aisle. Then there's very few pizza companies are in the middle. There's one in Derry called Donano's, and they're in the middle, and they vary heavily from one side to the other. Like on some days you'll get a pizza that's okay, it's nice. You'd like to eat it, but a lot of the time it's over to the bad side of it. But again, there's a restaurant here called Romeo's. They do the best burgers in town. They do the best takeaway pastas in town. They do these like chickens in white sauce and.
This is not Romeo's like you've got in the States. This is just a single.
Yeah, this is a place called Romeo's Takeaway. It's
gotcha.
But it's a small local company. They do the best pasta in Derry. They do the best potato wedges in Derry. And they do the best pizzas in Derry, like by far. And their pizza, but again, their pizza it's heavily dependent on the chef. Like if the guy that owns the place is working, the pizza comes out just like a slice of heaven, and you just want to eat it. All day, every day, just shovel it into your face, just smear pizza all over yourself, and just lie there in just bliss at this hot cheese melting into your skin. Just so good. And then if he's not working, the pizza's kind of oily and not very tasty, and all of the toppings have slid to one side of the pizza, and it's sort of misshapen, and it doesn't look great, and it's not great. Northern Ireland is really inconsistent for food, and we don't have a huge variety. Unlike England, where you can get like Korean takeaway, you can get Japanese sushi, you can get huge array of different types of food, Jamaican food, and Middle Eastern food and African food, Senegalese takeaways. I've seen places in England that had very, very specific Kansas style food. Like a restaurant that just made Kansas style food. And that's what you'd get is Kansas style food. In Northern Ireland, you've got Indian restaurants that range from they've gone to the store and bought a pot of Indian curry, like pre-made curry sauce, and just heated it up and thrown it in a takeaway container with some rice. And there's no vegetables, there's no anything, it's just literally sauce with some breast chicken chopped up and thrown in, right? It's not flavored in any way. It's just the sauce poured over the top. And literally, you go to your local supermarket and buy a pot of that particular curry sauce, and heat it up and pour it in a pan. It's the same stuff. It's literally identical in every way. Or you get a place which is actually run by people who know what they're doing, and they make this amazing curry sauce. We've got one locally, Mama Masala. Interestingly, when they first started up, they were terrible. But now they do this really nice, they've got someone in who actually knows how to cook Indian food, and it's fantastic. And little Floof, oh, it's a cute little Floof.
Oh,
That's the
But
pupper.
yeah, it is the puppy.
the
But
baby.
yeah, it's so weird. So you've got Indian restaurants that range from, again, awful to really amazing. You get so there's Indian, there's Chinese, which again ranges from either just the worst food you can ever imagine, and you wonder how they manage to stay open because it's foul, or it's amazing. Then I think we recently got a Turkish place, which is the most outlandish of places that you could get here. And they're disgusting. So I'm sure another one will open up in a few years' time and it'll be amazing. Then you've got your fish and chip shops, which do either the most disgusting fish and chips you've ever tasted. It's like they're serving rancid fish, or it's amazing. You never get a restaurant that's consistent. It's always massively different. There's just not a big selection. But you go to the local supermarket, they've got a wide selection of different ingredients, and they've got, as Nidhi says, they've got Indian sections, Oriental sections, Polish sections, Jamaican sections. So you can go and get the ingredients and make the food yourself, but there's nobody in the local area does Jamaican food. There isn't a Polish takeaway. Like, if somebody opened a Polish takeaway in Derry, or a Jamaican takeaway in Derry, and they were consistently good, they'd make a fortune. Because there's so many stores here that just aren't very good. Like, you go on to, we've got a service over here. It's like your DoorDash, right? Called Just Eat. Or Uber Eats, yeah. Very similar kind of service. And it, like 99% of the stores, the restaurants that do food on there are terrible. Like, you wonder,
And overpriced.
and massively overpriced. Like the Turkish place. I was talking about the Turkish place. A small thing of hummus, right? Hummus. One of the cheapest, most basic things that you can make, Turkish food-wise, right? And they want to charge you £15 for it, which is what? $21? $21 for a small portion of fucking hummus. And you're like, are you insane? Are you actually insane? This had better be the best hummus on the planet. Like, this hummus, as soon as I take it, I should immediately orgasm. Right? I should immediately orgasm. I should immediately know Kung Fu. And I should immediately be able to walk on the moon without a spacesuit. Like, this better be the quality of hummus that we have here. Right? But no, it's just chickpeas with tahini sauce, tahini paste, and some lemon. They don't even put garlic in it.
Oh, wow.
And it's like, nah. $21? Nah.
The Sabre brand has the one in the
The Sabrant?
supermarkets.
Yeah, that
they
one.
they've got the garlic.
The garlic,
chopped garlic.
yeah, the chopped garlic
Yeah.
and the
Is it SABRE?
NT, yeah.
Okay, we have
SABR.
something called Sabra. It's
Right.
SABRE, and I like it pretty good. I usually get the pine nut flavor.
Actually, that might be it. It might be it. I'll look it up. I don't remember it. I thought there was a T in there, but it might be Sabre. But yeah, Sainsbury's. If you put in Sainsbury's and you can just go hummus. Because that might be the American version.
I think it is Sabra.
Yeah, that's the It's ours is it's the same company. It's the same.
Okay.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, we get the sweet chili one. We like the sweet chili.
I haven't tried that one.
It's not the best hummus. It's a little too
You sure it's the sweet one
liquid.
and not the red pepper one?
Might be the red pepper one.
I think it's the red
Yeah.
pepper one.
But yeah, it's a little too liquidy for my liking. I like my hummus to have a little bit more bite. Like I like my like the old adage of when you're making doing up egg whites, you got stiff peaks.
Yeah.
That everyone talks about doing stiff peaks. Well, that with the hummus, I like it so that when you do the hummus and turn it upside down on the spoon, it's a stiff peak that if you turn it back upside down again, it stays in that shape. You know what I mean? Whereas
Gotcha.
that Sabra stuff, you spoon it onto the fork, turn it upside down, and it goes whoop off the spoon, and you've got none on your spoon.
You gotta stir it up a little bit.
Yeah, but it's not the same. But if you can get, I was talking about this earlier as well, Ras Al Hanout, the Liddy's going to write it in chat there. If you can get some of that stuff and just get some plain hummus and then mix, that's just a teaspoon of that or half a teaspoon of that into that hummus, it is so good. It is so good.
I regret getting rid of my food processor.
Yeah.
I was given one a few years back. I didn't really know how to use it, and so I got rid of it. And now I regret it because I found out you can make so many things with it.
Oh yeah. Kenwood, I believe Americans you get Kenwood as a brand over there. Yeah, Nidel's confirming. Yeah, Kenwood do a food processor, and it's not that expensive. You're talking $30-$40. Because it's their budget line food processor. They don't come with as many attachments as like some of their more expensive ones. Or if you're going to buy a KitchenAid one, good lord, if you can afford a KitchenAid one, then send us a few.
Yeah.
KitchenAid stuff is so expensive in the UK. But the Kenwood budget food processor is great. It does exactly what you need it to do. You can make some fantastic hummus in it. You can make, chopped, lots of stuff chopped really nicely in there. They're very good. They're incredibly noisy. Like the budget brand Kenwood one is so loud. Like when you use it, you can hear it across the building. Like it sounds like a jet engine going off. It really is hardcore level of noise. But if you want a cheap food processor that will do the job, no worries, Des. We're actually going to be calling it there soon because we have reached the 4-hour mark and we don't have much time left, unfortunately. But thank you all for dropping by. I'm sorry we only got a little bit of.
People that were chatting, and that's the people that.
You've got the people in the chatting call. So I'd like to thank everyone that dropped by. We will be making this a more regular thing going forwards. We're going to do GGS about once a month. So just a general chill and chat like we're doing now, once a month. About twice a month, we're going to do a Grumpy Old Midgard sessions.
Oh, I've missed Grumpy Old Midgard.
And Grumpy Old Midgard, you get 2 weeks' notice, right? We pick a subject. And for the duration of Grumpy Old Midgard now, Grumpy Old Midgard doesn't last as long as GGS, because GGS is just us chilling and chatting and talking about shit, random stuff. But Grumpy Old Midgard, we pick a specific topic. You get 2 weeks to look into it, and then we complain about it.
There's been some hilarious times.
You'll get some real brutal complaints. But anyway, we're going to raid out. So we will be bringing that big raid energy out. But before we do, I would like to thank everyone that dropped by today. I'd like to thank the amazing Darknisha for being the incredible mod boss that she always is. To Game Daughter, Lakazoid, the Des08, OG_Ruckus, Summer of Corn, the realist BHC and his incredible daughter Sissy, and to Knight_owl_PM for dropping by and joining us as the panel tonight. If you haven't been and checked out any of those people, please do. They are all absolutely spectacular, wonderful individuals. In terms of folks that we had drop by, we also had Conjurer from Hell, Christine, Mr. BHC brought in a raid and a host and a resub, so thank you very much for that. We had BLKO Shadow for his incredible follow. Summer Corn was there as well. The Des, Divine Panda, Game Daughter, Paro Del Toro, Night Owl, and Realism Games. You guys are all absolutely fantastic, wonderful individuals, and we love each and every one of you guys. Massive big love to all of you. Now, we're going to go and raid, and I think we're going to bring the raid to Morbidly Morose. She's playing some Phasmophobia. So, please join me as we go and say hello to the incredible, the wonderful, the epic Morbidly Morose. But before we go, Night Owl, I know you haven't been streaming a lot lately. Are you planning on getting back into streaming anytime soon? Or are you too busy?
Probably more. I'm going to be re-efforting to do more YouTube.
More YouTube. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. If you could put your link to your YouTube up in the chat.
We've got, yep, and then put it also in the YouTube section in the Discord as well.
Yes, please, please, please. Grunier, it's Sissy. Hello, Sissy. Now, Mr. Des has taken the dogs out, but I happen to know that he is doing a lot of
Assassin's Creed
at the moment. So if you wouldn't mind going and checking out the Des 08, wonderful individual, highly recommended. Wenchies, or Game Daughter, is planning on.
I'm working on getting streaming set up.
Yeah,
I don't know when, but I'm working on it.
Yeah. No worries, Night Owl. Good luck catching the runaway puppy. Now, we also have a lovely Larkazoid in chat.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Grim. Thank you, Sissy.
No, BHC was gifting a sub to Sissy.
Ah, thank you, Mr. BHC, for the gifted sub to Miss Sissy. Very much appreciated. Now, Mr. Larkazoid, are you planning on getting into streaming again? Or are you still just ad hoc when you feel like popping up?
Yeah, it's pretty much spontaneous, and I never really talk because in my current situation.
Yeah, you can't really be loud and chatty as you'd like. Okay,
Yeah.
No worries. Well, if anyone wants to go and check out Mr. Larkazoid, he plays a wide range of different games. But feel free to do so. But we're going to go and raid. So we shall take the raid and bring the fun to Morbidly Morose. Take care, look after yourselves, stay safe, and as always, be good. And if you can't be good, well, at least enjoy pizza while you're at it. Till next time, we love you all. Peace.
Peace. Love you.
Here we go. Thank you guys for dropping by. Very much appreciate it.
No problem.
Thanks for hanging out. Sorry I couldn't get here sooner.
No, we started later than or earlier than normal for GGS. We usually start at 11, but I started at